Morning.
Good morning, Prof.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
How are you this morning, Prof?
Very good.
It should be very early morning up there.
Yeah.
I introduce myself, Prof. I'm Reza Pahlavi, will be the moderator for this session.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Morning. You need to unmute.
Morning, Mike.
Morning, sir.
I'm Daffy.
Hi, sir.
Good morning, Mike. How are you? It's very early morning.
No, it's good for you.
This is not,
better than you have to
so
stay.
you haven't have a chance to cycling yet, right?
Oh, no problem. Shower, walk with my dog, tea, no problem.
Selamat siang, Pak Reza.
Selamat
Novia,
siang,
Pak.
Bu Novia. Ya, Ibu. Selamat siang, Ibu.
My connection is not good.
A very good morning, Prof. Mike.
Good morning.
Saud is speaking.
I can see Sout's name is up on the screen, no problem. But no picture,
Yes.
Pa. No picture?
Yes, now it's there now.
Now a
Yeah,
picture.
yeah. So this during the COVID pandemic, everything is possible. 4:30.
No problem.
Remote inspection.
Good morning, Mike. Good morning, Pak Saud.
Good morning,
Good
Pak
morning.
Sudari.
Apa kabar,
Morning.
Pak?
Good morning, Pak Sudaris. Selamat siang,
Good morning,
Pak Sudaris.
Pak Reza. Terima kasih nih.
Pak,
Hi,
sama-sama,
Mike.
Pak.
Good morning.
Hi, let me just...
5 o'clock in the morning, ya?
Early, yeah.
Sorry about that, ya.
No, my suggestion, not yours, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Okay. So today, Dr. Reza will lead the discussion as moderator. So I will leave it to him to start then, ya.
Thank you, Pak Sudari.
Ya. Silakan Pak Reza dipandu mungkin.
Sudah bisa dimulai, Pak?
Silakan.
Okay.
Kalau sudah ngumpul silakan.
MC-nya dulu kah yang menyampaikan, tidak? Atau bagaimana, Pak Sudari?
Oke.
Budiana?
Boleh saya.
Atau
Assalamualaikum,
Bu
Mbak Novia,
Bu
Pak
Novia,
Sudari.
silakan.
Ada.
Waalaikumsalam.
Oke.
Assalamualaikum Pak Widodo.
Ya,
Selamat
Assalamualaikum Pak
siang
Widodo.
Pak Widodo.
Waalaikumsalam, Miss Mike. Very good morning, Miss Mike. Mr. Mike, how are you?
Very good.
Widodo speaking here.
Selamat siang Pak
Pak Widodo
Widodo.
berkenan untuk memberikan arahan pembuka Pak.
Iya, begini Mbak Novia,
Oke.
sedianya Bu Rina. Namun Bu Rina ada meeting dengan Pak Menteri, sehingga mungkin saya akan menyampaikan pesan sedikitlah untuk
Oke.
teman-teman ya, Mbak Novi.
Ya, silakan Pak. Terima
Saya
kasih.
minta waktu 5-10 menit nanti.
Silakan Pak. Silakan.
Baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr.
Waalaikumsalam.
Very good morning. My name Widodo. Bapak Ibu sekalian, Miss Mike, our DG, Dr. Rina Sendrika,
Lupus.
this webinar. Bapak Ibu sekalian, Bu Rina sedianya akan menyampaikan pesan kepada kawan-kawan, namun Bu Rina bersamaan dengan rapat pimpinan Pak Menteri, paling tidak Ibu Rina berpesan mudah-mudahan lanjutan meeting ini, lanjutan webinar ini akan sangat bermanfaat untuk kawan-kawan inspektur mutu, dan pesan saya untuk seluruh peserta inspektur mutu dan inspektur karantina yang jumlahnya terpilih 50 orang, ini harus dan sangat serius mengikuti apa yang disampaikan oleh para instruktur, terutama oleh Profesor Mike Dylan. Nah, selanjutnya Pak Sudari dan tim dari UNIDO, Bu Rina selaku Kepala Badan mengucapkan terima kasih atas segala kebersamaan kita dan paling tidak atas upaya-upaya dari teman-teman UNIDO dalam rangka peningkatan capacity building untuk kawan-kawan inspektur mutu di seluruh Indonesia. Ada pesan dari Bu Rina, Bapak Ibu sekalian, Pak Sudari, bahwa kawan-kawan inspektur mutu itu mengawal seluruh Indonesia. Ada 909 unit pengolahan ikan, di mana ada jenis produk sejumlah 3.200 dikawal dengan sangat akurat, dengan sangat teliti. Di saat pandemi, di saat kalau agak melakukan pengawal di saat pandemi, paling tidak mendekati keakuratan dari kondisi sebelumnya. Remote assessment menjadi satu pilihan yang tidak bisa dihindari. Kemarin saya mencermati dan saya mengikuti bahwa remote assessment ini sudah bisa dilakukan oleh teman-teman dari Uni Eropa dan juga dilakukan oleh teman-teman dari FDA, dan kami sangat berharap untuk kawan-kawan bisa melakukan remote assessment sesuai dengan regulasi dan teknis yang akan disampaikan oleh Profesor McDillan sebagai acuan kita. Bapak Ibu sekalian, Pak Sudari dan kawan-kawan, Bu Novia, BKIPM senantiasa akan melakukan kegiatan remote assessment meskipun kondisi pandemi, Pak Sudari, itu bisa kita lalui. Kita berharap, kita berdoa agar pandemi bisa kita lalui sehingga kita bisa kembali ke kehidupan yang normal, inspeksi juga normal. Namun Bapak Ibu sekalian, dengan ilmu yang akan disampaikan oleh Profesor McDillan, kita BKIPM sepakat untuk akan terus meneruskan sistem remote inspection dengan based risk analysis, terutama untuk produk-produk yang memang resiko rendah, memang kondisi yang daerahnya juga remote. Dan kami yakin bahwa dengan sistem remote inspection ini akan sangat mengefisien itu dan biaya serta ketersediaan kawan-kawan yang jumlahnya saat ini baru ada 512 orang. Yang kita SK-kan baru 472 orang. So, Unindo bahwa semester 1 Januari sampai dengan Juni untuk kondisi sebelum pandemi 2019 dan setelah pandemi, kami laporkan, kami sampaikan bahwa untuk jumlah health certificate untuk produk konsumsi Pak Sudari dan kawan-kawan itu jumlahnya 2019 itu semester satunya 60.292. Di mana di saat kondisi pandemi ini jumlahnya turun 1%, yaitu 59.104. Namun untuk volume itu tahun 2019 563.000 dan pada tahun 2020 ada 655, meningkat 16,4% dengan nilai yang sebelumnya tahun 2000 itu ada 2,68 juta US. Saat ini di semester 3.701 US dollar atau meningkat 12,1%. Dengan harapan penambahan remote assessment dari Profesor Magdalene akan meyakinkan kita bahwa sistem jaminan mutu keamanan hasil perizinan itu bisa terus kita jaga dan kita pertahankan sehingga bisa diterima di seluruh negara pengimpor produk perikanan. Saudari, kembali dalam Fish Quarantine and Inspection Agency to your effort to our inspect. Demikian Pak, teman-teman pesan Purina, tolong bahwa kita mengikuti dan memahami apa yang dijadikan pedoman dalam remote assessment. Akhir kata, Pak Sudari, kami juga saya pribadi akan mengikuti seminar ini meskipun tidak yang inspektur yang terpilih. Bagaimanapun Pak Sudari, saya masih inspektur juga. Akhir kata, Mbak Novia, Pak Sudari, saya ucapkan terima kasih effortnya UNIDO. Mudah-mudahan kita tetap bisa menjaga kerjasama kita antara BKIPM, KKP dengan UNIDO. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, terima kasih banyak Pak Widodo. Untuk mempersingkat waktu, saya serahkan langsung kepada moderator kita hari ini, Pak Levi. Silakan.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Novia. Bapak Ibu peserta mohon di mute dulu agar tidak terjadi interupsi suara. Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, selamat siang. Very good morning, Profesor Mike Dillon. Bapak Ibu sekalian, pada hari ini, pada sesi hari ini, saya ditugaskan sebagai moderator. Mohon admin bisa nanti pada saat sesi berjalan bisa memastikan yang belum perlu untuk bicara di mute dulu. Baik, saya lanjutkan. Bapak Ibu sekalian, pada sesi hari ini yang tadi sudah diawali oleh sambutan dari Pak Kapus PM, Pak Widodo, akan dilanjutkan dengan penyampaian presentasi dari 4 kelompok dan dialokasikan untuk masing-masing kelompok sebanyak 15 menit waktunya. Kemudian nanti akan ada diskusi atau review dari Profesor Mike Dillon. Kemudian akan ada break jam 12.30 sampai jam 13 yang dilanjutkan dengan presentasi tentang rekomendasi dari 4 grup yang sama. Lalu nanti diikuti dengan diskusi dan tindakan-tindakan yang diskusi untuk berikutnya yang dibahas bersama Profesor Mike Dillon bersama dengan seluruh anggota grup di sini, dan rencananya ditutup pada pukul 14.50. Professor Mike Dillon, again, I wish you a very good morning. We are very glad to meet you again in this session. As I already introduced myself this morning, that I'll be the moderator for this session. This session will be divided by two big time. First one is the group presentation, started at 10 past 11 till 10 past 12, and then followed after big time, starting from 1 o'clock p.m. Indonesian time to 2 p.m. Indonesian time for presentation on recommendation. Here with us already 4 groups, and we have divided for each group the presenter. For the first group will be presented by Miss Yuni Verawati, Miriam Latukonsina, and Miss Eri. Kemudian for the second group will be presented by Ilman Al-Kausar, and then the third group will be presented by Ashaf and Tia, and the fourth group by Ibu Liani. So to make it short, I would like to invite the group 1 to present the result of the group discussion with regard to preparation for remote inspection. And again, Professor Mike, hopefully after all the group present their presentation, will be invited to facilitate the discussion or review of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, yes, you are welcome. Please, for the group 1 to give the presentation. Time is yours. Grup 1, Bapak Ibu. Silakan, Bu Yuni, Bu Mariam.
Share screen. Good evening, all participants. We from group 1, we will to try presentation our group about remote inspection in supplier. Belum ya? Selamat pagi dan selamat siang Bapak Ibu semuanya. Kami akan mencoba mempresentasikan hasil dari diskusi kami dari kelompok 1 terkait dengan remote inspection di supplier. Bu Diana atau Bu Novia mohon untuk di-approve. Bu, izin share screen-nya.
Sudah Bu, sudah terbuka Bu. Mohon dicoba kembali Bu.
Oke.
Karena tidak saya kunci.
Ya. Udah. Coba lagi. Oh. Mohon izin Bu, masih belum bisa?
Harusnya bisa. Harusnya bisa loh, ini saya bisa kok.
Ya.
Sudah dibuka.
Warnanya hijau enggak? Screen.
Bentar Bu, dicoba lagi karena tidak bisa.
Yang share screen biasa sih, siapa sih?
Atau mau dibantu share dari tempat lain dari kami?
Ya, boleh, Bu.
Boleh ya?
Ya,
Mohon
boleh.
dikirim via WhatsApp.
Boleh, Bu.
Mohon izin Bu Novia, mungkin untuk kelompok yang lain tolong dikirim saja ke Bu Novia, setakutnya ada yang seperti ini juga.
Monggo, monggo. Nah, ini siapa nih yang share?
Maaf Bu, ngetes kelompok 2 Bu.
Oh iya, oke.
Tes, maaf,
Lagi
Bu.
coba ya. Monggo silakan.
Ya udah, saya stop. Cara nyetopnya gimana ya?
Terus lagi.
Oh, sudah. Ya, terima kasih Bu. Ngetes saja Bu.
Jadi emang ini udah selesai.
Oke. Sebentar saya buka. Bisa terlihat materinya?
Ya, sudah kelihatan Bu. Silakan Bu Yuni.
Silakan, monggo. Saya bantu dari sini.
Ya. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Kami mewakili dari kelompok 1 akan menyampaikan presentasi terkait remote inspection on supplier. We will introduce our personnel on group 1. The one is Arisa Sono, Sumono, Christine Natalia, Pramudia Irawanto, Yuni Lestari, Adam Saba, Eri Purwanti, Christina Natalia, Ayu Maya Oktavika, Marian Vera, Yuni Ferawati, Ali Akbar, dan Mariam Ulfa. Next, Bu. And then slide number 2.
Itu enable editingnya harus diklik dulu itu Bu. Atas tuh ada enable editing, diklik saja dulu. Baru slideshow.
Tap to speak Pak.
Oke. Ya, slideshow.
Okay, we will to continue our presentation. Self-audit report on supplier, section for self-audit report from factory to be visited. Basic aspect, point A, location, we general data unit supplier. 1, location, the point is 75. 2, building, the point is 75, and employee, the point is 50. And then about technical aspect, point B, we will check GMP, good manufacturing practices. The one is receiving of raw material, we give a 40 point, and to handling, we give a 40 point, labeling and packaging, 40 point, and for temporary storage, 40 point, distribution in 40 points. And C, about standard sanitation operating procedure or SSOP, we have 6 items we have to check. The one is water and ice security, 40 point. Equipment that directly contact the products is 30 point. Pest control 30 point. Hygiene and health personnel handling is 30 point. Cross contamination 40 point. Sanitation facilities 30 point. And then section D about document or guide, flowchart, GMP, and SSOP, we give 200 point. And point A about COVID control, social distancing, we give 100 point. Hand sanitation, we give 50 point. And sanitation, give 50 point. Please, next slide. And then we continue about checklist or remote inspection checklist. The first is we identify the supplier unit name and product type on supplier, inspection date, and who is inspector to audit on supplier. The basic aspect, we will check a location. The picture to objective evidence is screenshot location unit supplier, photo of raw material reception location, photo of the location of the handling and processing room, photo of raw material and handling and product. The question, the one is, where is the supplier unit located? And then what is the location of supplier unit in residential area? 3, is the supplier unit location located in a flood fresh area? And number 4, is what is the location of supplier unit in COVID pandemic zone? And number 5 is around the supplier unit there are positive people COVID. And the report is GPS or Google Maps. Next slide, please. Number 4, about picture, we check a photo or storage location of addition material, chemical and packaging material, and then we check the photo of employee equipment storage location. And then point B about building, the picture is a supplier unit photo, photo of its handling area, photo of support area or hygiene facilities, and then storage area photo. About an element review building, we want to the question is the supplier unit building owned or leased? And 2, what is the condition of the building, that there are permanent or semi-permanent? And number 3, how much of the supplier unit building is used for product handling activities? The record is for building is handling area layout. And then about point C, element review point C, about employee, the picture is photo or video of employee conducting process activities. The question is, how many employee work from supplier units? The recording is employer data records. Please, next slide. Bu Novia, mohon maaf, slide berikutnya. About technical aspect, the one is good manufacturing practices. The point one is we want to element review about receiving of raw material. The picture we want to check is one, photo of area for receiving raw material, photo of the raw material received, photo of transportation, equipment, and then photo or video of temperature measure of raw material. The question, the one is origin of raw material, fishing gears, and fishing or cultivation area. And then are there any area material standard required? And three, are the raw material received according to the required standard? And number four is the procedure for receiving raw material. The recording is recording when receiving raw material. The report is non-compliant report GMP implementation. Next. Next, Ibu, mohon dilanjut. The picture is still receiving of raw material. The picture is photo or video during the activity of receiving raw material and photo of handling washes, washes and dryers. Question, are the temperature measured and record when raw material are received? Is the mean of transportation used is spray with disinfectant before entering the reception area of the raw material? Do people in the receiving area use complete work equipment like masks, close clothing, work shoes, and gloves? And then is there any personnel responsible for controlling the process of receiving raw material? The recording is record of receipt of raw material supplier like supplier's name, date of receipt or origin, and quantity. Next slide, please. Element review number 2 about GMP is product handling. The picture we want to check is photo of handling or processing room, photo or video of handling or processing activities. And then photo of kembali ke awal, Bu. Satu slide sebelumnya. Ya. The picture number 3 is photo of the location of the washing place and dryer in the packaging room. The question is, 1, is the product packaged? If yes, state the packaging material, its origin, and where it is stored. Number 2, is there a label on packaged product? If so, with what description in on the label? Number 3, is there a packaging and labeling procedures? Number 4, how many employees do the labeling and packaging? And number 5, whether the person is no packaging room using equipment complete like mask, clothes, clothing, and then the recording is packaging material using report. Next slide. This is still element review about labeling and packaging. The picture is number 4 is photo or video of the storage of packaging material. The question, how many hours employee to wash their hand and what there is a warning sign to do hand washing. And then, and the personnel responsible for control of the process of packaging and labeling. Okay, the slide, and Miss Mariam will continue our presentation. Please, Miss Mariam.
Okay, please, Bu Mariam.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for Uni Kerawati from SM. I will continue the presentation from element review for temporary storage. For distribution. And the pictures what we have is photo or video distribution tools and photo or video product distribution. The question is there a product distribution procedure? 2, where are the products distributed? 3, using what means of transportation are the products distributed? And 4, how are transport direct product arranged? For the recordings, we can ask for distribution or delivery record and vehicle sanitation recording. Next. And the last element is still distribution. We also can ask the question. The question is, are the vehicle used and their frequency cleaned done? And number 2, is temperature monitoring responsible for product safety during the distribution process? And number 3, are there personnel responsible for product safety during the distribution process? Next, please. Okay. After that GMP, we can look for technical aspect like SSOP, is standard sanitation operation procedure. Water and ice safety element review. We can ask for the picture or photo or video of the water reservoir. Number 2, photo or video of the ice storage. Number 3, photo of water and ice lab test result. And number 4, photo or videos of water treatment facilities, if any. The question 1, water and ice for handling or treatment process are obtained from. Number 2, we can ask, is the amount of water supply sufficient? And then, is the water used for processing treat before use? Number 4, has water and ice been laboratory tested with parameters according to the nggak kelihatan sampai ke bawah. Okay, the record, we can water reservoir cleaning report and daily ice storage or sanitation cleaning report. Next, please. Okay, the question number 5, still for water and ice safety. What are the water and ice safety procedures? Like maintenance, frequency of cleaning reservoirs, and maintenance of water filters. And 6, how is the ice used for the production process handled? We can look for the recordings like water filter replacement report, if any, and water and ice testing report, complete once a year. And next, for equipment that contact direct with a product, we can look at photo, storage equipment, and photo of equipment use. The question, what equipment is used for product handling activities? And the recordings, we can see sanitary recording equipment. Next, please.
Betul slide-nya, Bu?
Ya. Next. Oh yes, yes. Ya, ini Bu, maaf. And then element review for equipment that contact with a product. We can see video cleaning equipment. The question is the material used for the equipment rust resistant, flat surface, watertight, and not a source of product contamination. Sorry, my internet is low. Okay, and number 3 question we can ask, are there different equipment used in each process flow? Number 4, what is the equipment cleaning procedures and its frequency? For pest control, for element pest control, we can ask for picture equipment photo of attached pest control equipment and mapping pest control. The question we can ask for, are there any pest control procedures including their destruction in the supplier unit? And where is the pest control device? They put it. And the recordings, pest control monitoring recordings. Next. Next, please. Okay. We still continue at element review is pest control. The question number 3, we can ask, is there pest control monitoring? And number 4, are there any special personnel in charge specifically tasked with monitoring pest control? And element review for cleanliness and health of personnel handling. We can see the picture of employee photos or video, and then photo warning signs or prohibition for employees not to smoke, eat, or drink split during the handling of product installed in. Sorry, I can see the next question. Is there a procedure for employers before entering the process area, during the handling area process, and at the end of process safety? If so, how? Number 2, the employees use appropriate work equipment like uniform, mask, gloves, socks, and in clean condition during activities. For recordings, we can see employee hygienic and inspection record. Next. Okay, and element review for cleaning and health personnel handling. Still, we can ask picture, photo warning signs. This is already maybe next slide. Okay. Still for cleanliness and health personnel handlings, we can ask for, are there any warning signs, restriction for sick employees not to enter the process area? Is there a procedure of if an employee is sick? Is there any special personnel in charge of monitoring employee health condition, checking nails, work equipment, and checking employee accessories and cosmetics? Next. Okay, for next slide, there's Miss Eri for Mrs. Eri from Cirebon will presentate it. Thank you.
Silakan Bu Eri. Mohon waktunya diperhatikan Bu Eri.
Okay, thank you. I will continue the presentation. Okay, we talk about contamination, cross-contamination. Picture should we take, number one, about picture or photo of the process room. And the second, photos or videos of the location of sanitation and toilets. And then number three, photos of trash or waste bins and their replacement. Clean areas and dirty areas. And is the handling room clean and meets specification for the product being handled? Number three, is there a trash or waste bins in the handling area? Number four, what are the procedures for many
Suaranya hilang-hilang Bu Eri.
Suara hilang ya.
the waste from the handling process? Five, efficient equipment used in each process room, the process room.
Suaranya tidak ada Bu Eri.
Iya Pak, mohon izin Bu Eri lagi mengalami masalah sinyal.
Baik.
Mungkin ya, mungkin saya izin untuk mewakili Bu Eri Pak, mengingat waktu yang sudah hampir
betul.
habis ya.
Betul.
Mohon izin teman-teman, we will
Okay, Pak Reza, can you hear me?
Oh ya.
Ya, silakan dilanjut Mbak Eri kalau bisa. Monggo. Mungkin agak cepat sedikit ya waktunya. Mbak Eri?
Please Bu Eri, you may continue, but please be aware the time limit.
Oke Pak. Oke Pak Reza, mungkin ya.
Yeah, she still have problem ya.
Yes. Okay,
I think Bu Yuni, you may continue ya.
Okay, we will to continue our presentation about sanitation
I'll try.
facilities.
F about sanitation facilities. Of sanitation facilities like toilet and water.
Bu Eri, you still have problem with the signal, I think. May this presentation proceed by Bu Yuni?
Yes. Okay. We will to continue the presentation about sanitation facilities. We check sanitation facilities and photograph of employees' procedure before and after using the toilet. The question is, are the employees' sanitation facilities in according with the requirement, like sink, footbath, and toilet? And then are sink and toilet equipment with soap and hand dryer? Number three, where is the position of the sanitation facilities? Waste basin, foot washer, and toilet. The recording is daily sanitation recording. Next slide, please. Sanitation facilities, the question, are the toilet provide using a flushing system? This is optional. And how often are the cleaning times? And then is the food sink filled with enough water and disinfecting at the requirement concentration? And then, is there a procedure for employee before and after using the toilet? Are there any personnel responsible for the cleaning of sanitary facilities? The report is document or guideline and application in finding report. Maybe we can do the last presentation about recommendation, please, Miss Novi. About GMP, we check a software manual document, what product are handled processing, is the process flow in according with that apply in the handling, GMP or SSOP manual has been applied in the handling processing, and then what is record keeping condition with complete and correct and invalidation. The recording is proof of process recording that is been verified the person in. Please, Miss Novi, the last presentation about recommendation. The last presentation about the time is limit. And then it is about COVID control. I'm sorry, Mr. Mike, the time is very...
No, don't worry.
Yes. And we, the last presentation is about recommendation for remote audit in supplier, we recommendation, and the one carry out data collection and classification of supplier units to determine the supplier unit for remote assessment. Number 2, determine appropriate alternative or solution for implementation remote assessment in supplier unit with limited communication network. And number 3, socialize the technical instruction remote assessment in the supplier unit that have been made to stakeholder. And then, thank you.
Okay. Thank
In
you
this,
for
yes.
Thank you for the group 1 for the presentation. I think we may proceed to the second group, but please be aware of the time limit, which has been allocated for 15 minutes for each group. Now I invite Mr. Ilman, Pak Ilman Al-Kausar to deliver the second group presentation. Pak Ilman, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity for our group. Everyone can see our presentation?
Okay, that's good. It's clear. You may proceed, Pak Ilman.
Okay, sir. I will make it 15 minutes. Bismillah. We from group 2, which will focus on establishment with frozen product, will present our work on this remote inspection training. Let me introduce our member. First is Mrs. Dede as a leader, and the other is the member. First of all, we want to apologize because one of our member couldn't attend this Zoom meeting because her family member has passed away. I hope her charity will be accepted by God, by Allah.
Amen.
Okay, next. Okay. To make it simple, we divided several clauses to be audited in HACCP certification or verification. There are 6 main clauses. First is GMP, SSOP, HACCP plan, traceability system, training, and COVID protocol. Okay, the first task in this training is to fill out Form 1, the self-audit report. Well, this form basically has to be filled by establishment. Establishment need to self-assess their hazard system in accordance with existing standard. Before I start further, our group had done a change to the form, which is adding a maximum point column. This column is the maximum score that can be assigned to each clausule. We add this column on purpose to make it easier for establishment to assess their self audit, like that. For the first main clausule is GMP, which consists of receiving of material, processing control, packing and labeling, storage, distribution, and transportation. We divided each clausule by 20. So the total point for GMP clausule is 100. Next, for SSOP, there is water and ice control, food contact surface, cost contamination prevention, sanitation facility, personal hygiene, protection of product, packaging material, equipment from contaminant, labeling, storage, and usage of dangerous chemical, and last, pest control. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell that we determine the maximum point. This is based on the level of importance of this point in guarantee the quality and safety of the product that will be audited. Next main clausule is HACCP plan. Consists of HACCP team, product description, and intended customer, flowchart, hazard analysis and identification of preventive measure, CCP identification, determination of critical limit, CCP monitoring, corrective action, and verification procedure. Next is traceability system. We focus on 4 clauses, which general requirement, and then internal traceability, external traceability, and supporting document like certificate and etc. The derivative of this clausule is only to make easier for establishment to understand what thing must be considered in the main clausule. Next is training, which consists of training procedure, training program, training implementation, and training evaluation. And then the last for this form self-audit is COVID-19 protocol. I am sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, I will continue. Okay, for the last main clausule is COVID-19 protocol, which consists COVID manual, and the derivation is policy of COVID, methodology, and procedure of COVID. And the last clausule is record of implementation. For the calculation of the grading, each of main point establishment obtained from the main clausule GMP, SSOP, HACCP, traceability system, training, and COVID protocol will be summed up, then divided by 6 according to the number of main clausule that will be audited. Okay, that is the how we calculate the grading for this establishment. Okay, next, from the self-audit that we have received from establishment, we will also perform a remote inspection perform remote inspection or audit via video call or Zoom, which the result will be filled in the next form. It is remote inspection checklist. In the checklist, let me first explain what our group understand regarding what things must be filled in each column. In the picture columns is a picture of condition in the field that will be captured during video call or Zoom. And then for the question column, of course, this is the question that need to be asked regarding the clause. Also, if we think we need some document that we need to see, we will also include them in this column. For example, manual or procedure like that. Then for the first note column, we will fill the thing that we need to know in supporting the previous question column. Next, for recording column, of course, is obvious. It will be filled by the record. And then for the last column, notes, we know this is score. We intentionally left it blank, to be honest, because we don't know how to give a score because there is no picture or document that we could see like that. We do apologize. Okay, let's start from the first main clauses is GMP. Our main focus for frozen product in GMP is first is raw material receive. Frozen product. The main focus for GMP clause is first is the temperature, because the temperature is what make frozen product different from the other, which is very crucial. So how are the condition of temperature expected of each stage is to be achieved? Is it meet the requirement or not, like that? We also consider on raw material receiving. For example, if the product comes from aquaculture, it is necessary to test antibiotic like that. So the main focus on GMP is the temperature on each stage process. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the detail on this presentation. Next, from SSOP. I think I will make it fast because the time is limited for 15 minutes. There is water and ice, food contact surface, cross contamination prevention, sanitation facility. I think this point is common for us because we already know the basic of SSOP. Next, this is pretty common for personal hygiene, protection, product packaging, labeling, storage to safe, dangerous, and pest control. For labeling, this is our main focus is oh no, sorry, this is on another part. Okay, next. Okay, for HACCP plan, our main focus for this clausule HACCP plan is on here, CCP monitoring and corrective action. In this HACCP plan, we must ensure that all potential hazards associated with raw material and process are all identified. In CCP monitoring and corrective action must be able to ensure that CCP monitoring runs according to the procedure, and if there are any deviation, maybe it's hoped that this corrective action can return this CCP to be controlled. Okay, for another clausule, I think this is common. Next, for traceability system, I think maybe some of this clausule do not need picture from the field because only document that will be checked like that. For example, this general requirement, we only need to check recall withdrawal procedure, is there any recall product, establishment conduct recall product, mock recall documentation, and recording we need is list of approval supplier recording, recall product record, mock recall record, evaluation program record, and so on and so on. If all of you need this more detail, we will send the file to all of you after this presentation. For the training, yes, we also don't need any picture here. All we need is just the document, manual, and record. Also, we need for training, we also need to see the implementation, evaluation. Next, for the protocol COVID, our main focus here is that we must ensure that the establishment has implemented the protocol. Okay. So, for example, the picture for for example, the picture is poster health protocol of COVID. Is there any information in the field about how to control the COVID-19? Then, is there any procedure to prevent and COVID control? And so on and so on. You can see in our presentation. If there's any need to be added, please feel free to tell us. Okay, at last we came to the recommendation. First, our recommendation is the competent authority shall establish regulation to conduct remote inspection or surveillance during pandemic COVID-19. This is we need, because this remote inspection obviously takes a long time to prepare, starting from how long it takes for company to prepare a self-audit report, and then related to the internet network in the process room, because we need the signal for using the teleconference application. And next recommendation is, as we shall ensure that establishment have and implement COVID-19 protocol procedure during this pandemic, like that. Okay, thank you. We do apologize if what we present is not very clear. However, it's quite difficult for us to present the things that we discuss in 4 days in just 15 minutes. Okay, thank you for the attention. We hope there is no question. If any, my team will gladly answer for your question. Okay, stay healthy, stay at home. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Pak Ilman. Yes, we can understand, looking at the material to be covered will be very hard to squeeze it within 15 minutes. But anyway, the regulation is 15 minutes for each group. So, so may I proceed for the third presentation? Will be delivered by Pak Asaf and Bu Tia. Pak Asaf and Bu Tia, time is yours. Pak Asap, are you there? Okay. Silahkan Pak Asap.
Halo.
Ya, Pak Asap, silahkan.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
We are from third group. We will present about remote inspection plan at fishery industry, especially canning process. Our coach is Mrs. Hendarni Mulyani, and here we are, Heni Irawati, Yupita Mesialena, Puji Sugeng, Darmansyah, Mona Rianto, Sri Rahayu Setianingsih, Winda Anggraini, Budi Prihanta, Kismono Kudo Asmoro, Inawati Oktaliner, Aris Kurniawan, Neni Irawati, and the last Asaf Aratfitra. We will start the presentation with what is canning industry. Fish canning industry is one type of fishery industry that applies high temperature on the process. Various kinds of fisheries industry included in fish canning industry such as tuna canning industry, crab canning industry, sardines canning industry, etc. Fish canning industry is a type of high-risk fishery industry. An aerobic condition used at the canning industry can also stimulate Clostridium botulinum bacteria growth and produce toxins that can be lethal. Therefore, canning stage at canning industry is one of the critical points that must be controlled properly. Background information of establishment we have to know when we conduct remote inspection are: first, name and address of establishment. Number 2, GPS coordinate. And number 3, export registration number. Self-audit report. At this part, we assume that we have conducted remote inspection at the establishment, and here are the results. Number 1, supplier control. The score is 8 of 10. Number 2, traceability implementation. The score is 8 of 10. Number 3, employee training. The score is 8 of 10. Number 4, process control. The score is 8 of 10. Number 5, labeling and packing. The score is 8 of 10. Number 6, storage. The score is 8 of 10. Number 7, distribution. The score is 8 of 10. Number 8, water and ice safety. The score is 8 of 10. Number 9, cross-contamination prevention. The score is 9 of 10. Number 10, product contract surface. The score is 9 of 10. Number 11, Maintenance of sanitary hygiene facilities. The score is 9 of 10. Number 12, protection of products, packaging material, equipment from contaminant. The score is 9 of 10. Number 13, labeling, storage, and the usage of toxic material. The score is 8 of 10. Number 14, employee health. The score is 8 of 10. Number 15, pest control. The score is 9 of 10. Section B, HACCP. Number 1 is HACCP team. The score is 8 of 10. Number 2, product description. The score is 9 of 10. Number 3, process flow. The score is 9 of 10. Number 4, hazard analysis. The score is 9 of 10. Number 5, CCP identification. The score is 9 of 10. Number 6, critical limit. The score is 9 of 10. Number 7, CCP monitoring. The score is 9 of 10. Number 8, corrective action. The score is 8 of 10. Number 9, verification procedure. The score is 8 of 10. Section C, additional requirement. Additional requirement relating to the control of COVID-19. For example, COVID-19 control procedure or SOP, the score is 9 of 10. Documentation of the implementation of social distancing, the score is 9 of 10. Workers thermal scanning, the score is 9 of 10, etc. So the final score is 8.52%. The grade is B or satisfactory. And for the next section will be presented by Mrs. Tia. Mrs. Tia, the stage is yours.
Silakan Bu Dia.
I think we have to unmute Ms. Tia.
Okay, thank you, Pak Reza, for the opportunity.
You're welcome.
I'd like to say hi to Professor Mike. Hi, Professor Mike. Good morning for you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone.
Waalaikumsalam.
Now we move to the next slide, remote inspection plan. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, we divided into 6 main part in this remote inspection plan. The first is self-audit report. The second is retort controls, pipe work plan, HACCP plan. 5, the 5th is training records, and the 6th COVID-19 protocols. Next. Next, please. I think it's a bit delay here, Pak Reza. So, yeah, it's a little bit late for me to see the monitor, the slide. Okay, I will continue. The first is self-audit report. The item in this self-audit report include all of the item which have been mentioned by Mr. Asaf before. In this self-audit report, we have several questions which in our point of view, it is important to ask to the industry. The first is whether the internal audit time as stipulated in the HACCP plan is properly done. It is related to the internal audit, and then who is conducted the internal audit, And what is the scope of internal audit? The second question maybe we can ask about the traceability. How do the industry perform product traceability? Does the industry only accept raw materials from registered suppliers? How the industry control their suppliers? I think it is very important for us as a competent authority to ask this thing. How often the industry conducted the employee health check or medical checkup? And then what parameters are they? How was pest control conducted at the industry? The document records we need, including internal audit records, internal audit program, traceability record, approval supplier record, employee health record, pest control reports, and then self-audit control documents. If needed, we can see or we can check through the video or the Zoom meeting how they perform, for example, pest control. We can see where they put the tools of pest control. And then the second part is retort controls. We can ask some question here. The first is, who is responsible for retort machine? Because a retort machine is the vital tools in this industry, especially in canning process. So we need to ensure that the personnel who responsible in this machine skillful, or maybe it is good, it is better if they can be proved by certificate. How often the retort machine is inspected and calibrated? How was the measurement of adequacy, the thermal process? We can also ask how to calibrate or check the accuracy of temperature or thermometer measurement. How is pressure measured? How is the vapor pressure measured? The documented records needed, the first is F0 validation record of monitoring of product temperature and time during the cooking process in a retort machine. Temperature gauge calibration report, pressure gauge calibration report, and then a photo of a retort machine. We can also check visually for the display of retort temperature. Maybe it is important because for this industry, the temperature is very vital or significant. And then we can also see the performance of retort machine through video. Next. Next, please. Next, please. Yep. The third part of the remote inspection plan is pipe work plan. This pipe work plan is the steam pipe, the steam piping. The question we can ask to them is who monitors the piping equipment and how to implement pipeline equipment monitoring, how they monitor the pipeline equipment. And then the document records needed is including piping equipment monitoring report, piping system monitoring report, image or photo of attached pipe work at industry. We can also see or check visually the mapping or the location of the pipe work installation. Next, please. The next part of remote inspection plan is HACCP plan. In this part, we can ask several questions such as Are there any changes to the process flow? It is important part we have to ask to them. Have all food safety hazard been included in the hazard analysis? Are the result of the final product testing in the laboratory meet the standard? Have there been complaints from market or from destination countries regarding the end product or the final product? Document record needed is including process flow, HACCP team design designation, HACCP manual document, hazard analysis, internal audit records and corrective action, final product testing record, record of consumer complaints. And then we can check through the Zoom meeting application or through video how they monitor the CCP or the critical control point. It is a very vital part in this inspection. And then we can also conduct such as interview to the one of personnel to see how their competencies. Next. Next, please. The next part of the remote inspection plan is training records. Some questions we can ask to them. Who is the training provider? It is important because the output of the training is depends on who is the provider is. Who are the participants in the training? What kind of training has been conducted? How is the result of the evaluation of employee training? How are employees organized by the management during the COVID-19 pandemic? The document record needed are including records of employee training related. Not only for HACCP, I think it is for all skill needed by the industry, such as how to maintain steam pipe maybe or how to maintain the performance of retort machine. Of course, how to improve the understanding of the HACCP. The other records is retort operator training records, employee SOP related to COVID-19 prevention. We can also random check conduct random check to the employee regarding how they understand or how the effectivity of the training to the employee. Next. The last part of the remote inspection plan is COVID-19 protocols. The question may be, what are the SOPs related to COVID-19 prevention? We have to check what SOPs they have related with the COVID-19 prevention in their unit. And then document record are including SOP for COVID-19 prevention at UP, record of employee training, or maybe we can see the photo how they arrange the employee in the processing room. Maybe they arrange the distance between employee, something like that. And then we can also see the video how the COVID protocols run in their unit. The conclusion. Next. Next, please. Finally, we can conclude that canned product, especially for sterilization process, is high-risk product which classified as a ready-to-eat product. So control of this product should be conducted properly and carefully to avoid the harmful of the consumer. The recommendation will be presented by Mrs. Henny in the next session. Thank you everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih pada Pak Asaf dan Bu Tia yang telah menyampaikan presentasinya. We understand that we have been running very late. However, because the material present is interesting, so I am a little bit difficult to stop it. However, I still remind for the last presentation, the last group, Bu Liani and Bu Caca will deliver the presentation. So Bu Liani and Bu Caca, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Levi, for the opportunities. Good morning, Prof. Mike, and good afternoon for participants of remote inspection. We are Group 4. We will explain regarding the remote inspection Norwegian competent authority. But before I present, I will introduce our team first. Please, next slide. Okay, thank you. The team, Ibu Siti Nurul Fahmi, Pak Saud Tagalung, Pak Reza, Pak Davi, Pak Nur Haidin, and Liani, Mardiani, Arif, Ibu Eni, Anggun, Orisa Satalika, Eti, Usman, and Bu Indah. Next, please. Next slide. Okay. I will explain the background why our group chose the Norway as the competent authority who will remote inspection. If we can see on the screen, on the chart, so top 10 fishery products exporting country to Indonesia, there are USA and Norway. Where they are export the salmon to Indonesia, but we choose the Norway because the Norway is one of the country which produce salmon, the largest the product salmon. And then next, the outline our presentation consists of three. First one, the preparation for remote inspection, conducting remote inspection, and recommendation. The first one for preparation. Next, please. For the remote inspection, the first one, the competent authority evaluate the import data and decide the country to remotely inspect, and the CA Indonesia deliver a letter to Norway CA explaining regarding the remote inspection. The first pre-audit questionnaire remote inspection with the deadline for submission of questionnaire is 1 month, and last inspection report. Ensure the CA have phone or tablet with Zoom and GPS capabilities. Assign the person who are capable of using technology, and prepare one farm and one processor which export to Indonesia. And we hope the farm and processor, the representative, will join in Zoom meeting and confirm the data, the date and time of inspection, and share link Zoom. The next. Okay, the item or the section on the pre-audit questionnaire, the first general information. The general information, we need some information like location, headquarters of the central, regional, and local competent authority, number and species production, the volume, licensee, list of establishment exporting to Indonesia. It means the establishment here is a processor, MRA with other countries, list of disease required by the destination country. For the general information, we give a 95 point, and the second competent authority, it is include structure, human resources, competencies and powers, and the written procedures. And the point for the competent authority, they get the 90 point. And then the section number 3, regulation. We collect the CA Norway send the CA regulation, the production of fishery product, aquaculture certification, product certification, GMO, animal welfare, and standard and procedure for export, import, laboratory MRL or MRPL, the sanction for non-compliance, pest, disease, and quality assurance, importation procedure, and the point 90. The next slide, please. The section number 4, official control of fishery product. Official control of fishery product, we get information about official control, export and import certification system in place, audit, official inspection or surveillance, sampling, export and import certification, official testing and reference laboratories, performance official control regarding feed, medicine, and chemical residues, including antibiotic, heavy metal, hormone, hatchery broodstock, good aquaculture practices, include water treatment, waste management, pest and disease control. And the point 95. The section number 5, rapid alert system for food and feed or RAS notification. We need procedure and action plan, and based on this audit, they get a 90 point. And the section number 6, food business operator compliance. It is for farm and processor. We need flow diagram on farm and processor, good aquaculture practices manual, HACCP plan. And the point, they get 90. The section number 7 is about traceability. Next slide, please.
Oh, yeah.
The section number 8 is about performance laboratories. We need some document or information about reference and testing laboratories, accreditation, capability, quality assurance, human resources. And based on the data which Norway sent, they get a 90 point. And the 9th section is private standard. They get 90 point. And COVID policy, they get a 90 point. So if we total from 1 section until 10 section, the Norwegian competent authority, they get 910, which the maximum point is 1,000. So we can decide that they get the grade A, which the grade A is show there are no safety problems or issue. Okay, for the next presentation or next slide, Ms. Orisa will continue. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, Professor Mike. After we evaluate the pre-audit questionnaire, then we conduct the remote inspection. For the remote inspection, we separate for into the 5 section. For section 1 is official control of fisheries product. The question for this section is how the mechanism to inspect the export product, what are the parameters to test the export commodity, and how the CA to conduct the official control on feed, drugs, and antibiotic residue and disease. The record that we evaluate are result of inspection on establishment, regulation or procedure, the competencies of the test result the consists of parameters, method, maximum standard, the validation result, and the result of verification on drugstore, feed mill, farm, and farm. We give the point is 25% from 30% for the section 1. And the section 2 is the farm of the salmon. The question is how the mechanism on farm to conduct the good aquaculture practice. And the record for this question is the list of procedure, result of water testing, and salmon cultivation location criteria. And the second question is how the feed used in the farm or pond. The record in this question is a record of the feed and ducks feed. Also, how to control the source of the seed. We check the certificate of the seed used in the farming of salmon. This section we give the 15% points from the 15%, and it was perfect for this section. Also, the section 3 for is the remote inspection for the processor. We give the 15%. The question is what is the CCP step on the establishment? So the record is recording of CCP monitoring. What the parameters to test on the establishment? And then the record is we check there is test result of sensory, heavy metal, fish disease. The next question is how to conduct the approval supplier. The record that we check is the list of supplier and certificate of supplier. And also the last question in this for the processor is how the technique to kill the salmon. We check the procedure the process to kill the salmon. In this section, we give the 15% from 50%. It can summarize that in the processor, it was perfect condition. The next section is regarding traceability. The question is how is the system of breeding salmon? We check the record of the salmon farming. And the next question is please show me production on 15 April 2020 on the farm. It checked the record of production. So we check the traceability code in the production, also in how the coding system, and we check twice for the code of production. And we check on farm and also on the establishment. We give the point is 20%. Also, then the last of section is the COVID control. The COVID control is 20% of the total from the total score. The question is, are there the technical procedure for handling during the COVID-19? We also check the recording of the procedure. Maybe there's a suspend notification if there's a establishment, if the establishment suspected the COVID-19, how the sanitation and hygiene record, and the last is test result of the rapid and the swab. And the next question is how the mechanism of work system. We check the schedule of work of the worker. Are there a safe pattern, or it divided in 2 shift or 3 shift? Also, how the facility, we check the sanitation and hygiene record. We give 15% from 20% because the Norwegian competent authority have circular letter regarding the COVID-19 control, but the CA doesn't spread the circular letter to the country. So Indonesia, in this case, Indonesia doesn't receive this circular letter. So the point we give is 15% from 20%. So the total of the remote inspection from section 1 until section 5 is 19%. From the summarized before, 90% is a grade A. After we conduct the remote inspection, we give a recommendation for Norwegian CA. There's a 4 recommendation. The recommendation 1 is CA should prepare the facility and infrastructure for remote inspection. Example, to increase the bandwidth capacity. Number 2 is updating the regulation periodically. Number 3 is CA should make the NFC circular letter regarding remote inspection for processor. And for CA, ensure OIE list disease free prior to shipment. Regarding the remote inspection, the competent authority of Indonesia have conduct the verification procedure to our technical implementing unit, and we need the advice from Professor Mike. There's a flow chart for the remote inspection that we conduct. The first one is preparation, the notification letter, assignment letter, and also questionnaire. Questionnaire is send. We make a questionnaire with a Google link form, and the link we send to our technical implementing unit. There's one of the example of the questionnaire for official control in the technical implementing unit. Also, technical implementing unit will fill the questionnaire, and then the questionnaire will verification. After the verification result is done, next we conduct a virtual meeting with auditee to check the implementation, to check the document, and also the COVID facilities and infrastructure. then we determine of the non-conformity from the verification and make some recommendation. The recommendation will be followed up by technical implementing unit to make a corrective action and send back to the headquarter of FQIA. Lesson learned to Indonesia regarding the remote inspection is there's a three. One is competent authority to issue the regulation established to remote inspection and its related procedure. Number two is improving capacity of inspector related to remote inspection, IT. And number three is providing sufficient infrastructure support for remote inspection. Maybe this the last slide. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih pada Bu Liani dan Bu Caca yang telah menyampaikan presentasinya. Bapak Ibu sekalian, sudah semua grup menyampaikan presentasinya. Sekali lagi saya sampaikan betul-betul bahwa kita memang lambat sekitar 35 menit dari agenda yang telah disusun oleh panitia. Namun tentunya we have to capture all the assignment that we have to do for this session. Now we move on to the discussion or review of the presentation. It will be facilitated by Professor Mike Dillon. Professor Mike Dillon will be reviewed all the presentation that all the group have been done. And Mike, I believe that we have done our best to make a simulation based on your presentation last week. So I invite you to provide your review on the presentation that have been delivered by all group. Time is yours.
Okay. First, I would like to congratulate the group or the groups for the work that they have done. Second, I think that we at UNIDO, I will give a fuller report after this discussion. I think we should have a short report sent back to the groups. So let me make some overall comment. Yeah. One, the objective of the exercise is to think about the organization which you want to audit or inspect in terms of what you want them to do. So in group 4, when we actually had the team, I think I say pass out, but I think Liani gave very clear outline of the guidance which would be sent to the competent authority to get them to prepare. Okay, so in this group 4, we've seen very clear instruction to the CA of what they needed to do to prepare to be inspected and the steps that they needed to take to make sure they were capable of managing a Zoom inspection, right? They had a timeline. They actually asked the auditee or the facility to be ready, but they had to be capable of actually undertaking a self-assessment using Zoom. Sorry, a self-assessment before Zoom. So they were prepared. There was some confusion, I think, in an earlier group. We actually had no clarity as to whether, I think in group 3, I say, forgive my a pronunciation, but I think in Ash Saf's presentation in the first part, it was not clear that the self-audit report is something which is completed by the business, not by inspection by the team. It is not an inspection by your organisation. It is an audit report completed by the facility. So it's useful to be clear that the self-audit is for the factory to complete the exercise so that they submit a report to you so that you can then ask questions on the day. So I think group 4 were clear. We actually had some clarification issues, and I think the evidence of the approach provided in group 4 for preparing a factory, a farm, a frozen, canned should be adopted by everyone in the way that they actually approach the inspection. So this is not today about the actual inspection. Many times I've been to Indonesia, we've actually spent time on the detail of the inspection itself. This is about remote inspection and the lessons that we can learn about conducting remote inspection rather than do we know how to inspect a cannery? You know, this is your job. This is what you do most of the time. Now it is about how do we actually conduct the inspection remotely. So the first step is, have we prepared the group in the area that we want to inspect, whether it's Lampung, whether it's Bitung, whether it's Sulawesi, whether it's Mariburu. We're actually saying to this area, please be ready for a remote inspection. First, complete your self-audit report. So the lesson there is, have you in your team practiced Zoom yourself so that you're comfortable with Zoom, so that if you're using Zoom, that you within the team, everyone is comfortable to use, because if this is being conducted by the administration team in terms of support, and you're asking different people to take part in Zoom on behalf of the inspection agency, then you're comfortable that if we ask the actual cannery in Bitung to be ready, that we as the administration team in the inspection service have Zoom ready and different people can work. In the first group, they suffered because administration trying to get Zoom to work for them was difficult. So this we have to imagine that we are the auditee. When we actually look at the instructions, so we begin not enough effort, time. Even I say this to group 4 to pass out. We were very good in the preparation phase, but we did not mention demonstration in the actual inspection of the remote inspection of the competent authority until we were maybe halfway through the remote inspection. The main power that you have as an inspector in remote inspection is to ask the auditee, the person or the factory, to take the camera to the areas that you want to see. So if you want to know if someone can ride a bicycle, no good to have a piece of paper, no good to actually have a record. You need to check that they can ride the bike. So if you want to verify that cleaning is working, if you want to verify that they can actually undertake training, you need to think about what demonstration activity, what demo do you want them to do that shows that you, when you ask them to say, show me how you sanitize, you actually have a record of the standard operating procedure of the facility. And as they demonstrate the sanitation procedure, you can, in the remote inspection, confirm that according to the SOP that they use, which is in the self-audit report, that they have complied with their own SOP. Okay, 1. 2, if you, as the competent authority, actually have different guidance on the SOP, different from what the factory is doing, whether it is retort control, whether it is the pipe work, whether it is what we want in the frozen product, that we are able to actually confirm that they comply. So I think I say okay to group 1. I think for me, when they started to look at COVID control, then I expect to see evidence of social distancing. Where are the markers in the plant that actually show that the factory team are sufficiently distanced? When we came to Ilman in group 2, again, I've said that the HACCP, the traceability issues were clear, but you need not only a picture for training, but you need a demo. If you want a recall procedure, which they discussed at length in group 2, then again, where is the practical demonstration? Reza, if they go to that area, they should take 3 records. They should physically go into the facility. They should follow that product through. Where was it stored? Where is the record for manufacture? All of these things on a mock recall, they can actually do. When we came to canning, again, I think it's evident from the group presentations that the teams really understand their inspection process. They understand the detail in each team of technically the normal inspection process. But now we want to look at what's different in a remote inspection. They need more how questions. It's more how do they actually do the different activities in the cannery. We've heard about temperature records. You know, you want to ask them what is their temperature protocol. They should have a calibrated probe ready on the day of the remote inspection to take a temperature record. They should show you how they take the temperature in the fish. If it's at intake, they want to show how to take the temperature at the outtake. Even if they're using F0, a number, you know, they're looking at the lethality step in the cannery. Where is the lethality step calculated? How is this actually verified? So it's about doing it. So I think for me, we could spend a day on this, and maybe another time we should spend more time. I think pass outs, and it's no, I thought that final team gave a lot of very good detail in the approach methodically to how you would do the competent authority thing. But the final stage, when they were saying practically, when we pull this together, how do we get the Google forms from here? How do we integrate this into a report? How do we actually produce the final remote inspection report? Those are the practical skills that the inspection team need to actually be capable of doing. And the last point I would make is, I think there was a comment about the time that it actually takes to complete a remote inspection. from the certification bodies who are doing remote inspection work regularly now, the inspection time allowed is exactly the same as they actually have when they do a normal inspection report. This is about practice. It's about a skill. It's not about more time. It's about better preparation and planning. So, as I said, my comments are congratulations to the teams. I think they can learn from each other. You have a very experienced inspection service and a very competent inspection service. In the next phase, we will discuss the recommendations, but I think the first phase is to congratulate the team, and then, Reza, we see what we can learn from each other in the presentations that have been made. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much, Professor Mike Dillon. Thank you for your in-depth review. I believe each group has been taken a note, and as
Suaranya
Mike
hilang,
said,
Pak ya?
oh sorry. Sekarang kedengaran, Pak? Halo, Pak.
Kedengeran
Suara
Pak.
nggak ada, Pak.
Ada
Oh,
Pak
Saud berarti itu yang bermasalah.
Oh, mungkin Pak Saud kali. Okay, so I believe that each group have been taken a note, and as Mike
Suara nggak
suggests,
ada.
as Mike suggests, each group should adopt the good ones from another group, so one another can adopt what's the good one which having by the groups. Bapak Ibu sekalian, karena waktu sudah sangat siang melampaui dari jadwal yang ditentukan, saya menyarankan mungkin kita akhiri dulu sesi pertama ini pada saat ini. Kemudian kalau ada pertanyaan untuk membahas lebih lanjut, mohon disimpan dulu dan diramu dulu dengan rekan-rekan di grupnya, mungkin nanti bisa ditanyakan kembali pada sesi diskusi yang nanti setelah lunch break, setelah presentasi dan setelah presentasi tentang rekomendasi dari 4 grup. Demikian barangkali saran saya kepada Bapak Ibu Panitia bila berkenan. Untuk itu waktu saya serahkan kembali kepada panitia untuk selanjutnya. Demikian, thank you very much for your attention. See you in the next session. Silakan Bapak Ibu Panitia.
Novia, masih ya? So I think we have a break for half an hour.
Yes.
Is that enough?
Oh, yes.
Boleh Pak ya?
No problem.
Oke, Pak Sudari, terima kasih. We're gonna have a break for half an hour. So we will back, in the room for 1:30, right?
1:30, okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Terima kasih,
okay,
Pak.
No problem.
Sama-sama, Pak Sudari.
Yeah. So just stay on.
Yeah.
Waalaikumsalam. Pakai masker dulu.
Harusnya 17 kilos. Tapi minuman yang bisa ditargetkan itu gula merah, metabol, terus dari gulanya Itu pun nanti pemerintah kami dapat dan mungkin ya tapi kalau keluar sudah disepakati diherbangkan ya. Udah sama manekin gimana? Nanti duit sama hilang. Iya, sudah kami bilang kan. Satu minggu sebelumnya sudah diberikan. Yang lain nggak ada lagi pakai pulau. Boido, molotov, tetap main mana dulu kopi. Kalau kita
Sebelah. Bos. Oh, sebelah. Serius sekali ya Sula. Halo, Bos. Unmute suaramu itu.
Gimana, sudah kedengaran?
Ah, jelas. Berarti gengki ke kita belah.
Ya.
Gimana Bos? Di mana ini?
Alhamdulillah baik-baik.
Ruangan di mana nih?
Saya lagi itu habis di rumah saya ini, lagi habis piket malam.
Oh, berarti di rumah nih. Cantik. Sehat ya Bos?
Alhamdulillah sehat.
Jadi WFH nih hari, WFH.
Besok. Ini kan baru lepas piket ini.
Aman gitu, aman di. Sehat gitu.
Iya, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Itu yang penting, Komandan.
Gimana kabarnya, Pak?
Baik. Ya di Bali ya beginilah kondisinya itu, Bali. Tapi
tadi kepanasan HP ku langsung itu naik suhunya. Mati sendiri. Sambil ku cas gitu. Langsung naik suhunya, baru langsung itu
stringinnya juga inspirasi.
Ya, alhamdulillah.
Gila lagi ya sebelah.
Pindah itu di pasar Pak Nur.
Pak Andi. Oh Pak Andi.
Assalamualaikum.
Nak lihat wajah tak Bos. Ke Bali maki sini.
Bali mana?
Ke Bali. Ini kan ada Ibu Nia di sini. Lihat Ibu Nia di sini, Bos.
Balik ke sini. Biar ada
Pak Anwar nggak kangen selat panjang, Pak Anwar?
Kangen lah, nggak bisa pulang kita nih Mas. Aduh, kepingin sekali lah. Apalagi Lebaran kemarin nggak sempat pulang. Mas Eko.
Siap Pak, barusan merapat ketemu sama Pak Herman nih barusan.
Oh ya, salam ya sama Mas Herman itu, masih awet ya di situ dia.
Iya, siap. Insya Allah besok ketemu pagi ketemu lagi Pak. Besok pagi diminta ketemu lagi dengan beliau.
Oh, alhamdulillah bagus komunikasinya bagus ya lihat komunikasinya Mas Eko tuh dengan daerah itu. Tapi mungkin Mas Hermannya juga bagus ya, bisa respon gitu ya.
Siap Pak. Siap.
Lampung Pak Anwar.
Pulang ke sana dulu ke Papua tuh Moje. Udah lupa Papua ini. Lagi nyetir pulang. Kita pulang ke Papua dulu. Kita pulang ke Papua, reuni di Papua dulu.
Nanti saya sediain itu bakso rusa.
Lagi di mana nih, Ji?
Lagi surveillance, Pak.
Waduh, mantap. Surveillance sambil ikut webinar ya?
Baik, begitulah.
Pandai-pandai bagi waktu.
Iya, betul, Pak.
Anwar, gimana kabarmu nih Anwar?
Lay, gimana Lay? Tambah ganteng aja kamu lihat nih.
Mana kabar?
Baik-baik. Kena pulang ke Medan. Lek. Son. Ke sini. Dipanggil Bu Yuni nih.
Kapan-kapan.
Anwar.
Yap.
Pak Anwar.
Yap.
In English, please.
Hey.
Please come to Bali. Miss Unique invited you to Bali, Katson.
Good.
Pak Diki? Waduh,
Dik,
sehat,
gimana
Pak
kabarmu,
Diki.
Dik? Dik,
Mana di Aceh, Dik? Masih banyak kepiting sana, Katson. Son. Masih
Yo.
banyak kepiting.
Apanya?
Kepiting di Balikpapan masih banyak ya?
Banyak.
Siap-siap kok jadi ibu kota, siap-siap jadi ibu kota negara, Bos. Kantor
Berarti Balikpapan jadi balai besar, Pak.
Iya, makanya siap-siap kantormu diperbaiki, lokasinya dicari yang bagus, kan jadi percontohan nanti.
Iya. Sekarang lagi bikin ini kepiting soka, War.
Apa masuknya di mana? Dia earning di sini kan?
Lagi
Pakai
ngurus ini.
login apa kemarin?
Soka.
Di mana di Balikpapan? Di Medan yang banyak
Iya.
tuh soka itu.
Di Balikpapan
Medan.
ininya, lokasinya.
Kalau di Medan Asoka, Pak.
Dari Aceh sampai Palembang itu, pantai timur Sumatera itu soka semua itu. Di Sumatera itu.
Kemarin nggak kedengaran benur lobster, sekarang yang malam ada mau buka 3 di sini, War. Di Berau, di Bontang sama di Penajam.
Oh gitu. Itu rencana lokasi kantor tetap di situ ya? Nggak nambah lokasi baru?
Enggak di sini lah, dekat bandara. Kecuali nanti mau kita minta bikin kantor di Samarinda.
Oh iya, itu yang diurus tanahnya ya? Son?
Iya. Iya, War. Nanti untuk Samarinda yang kita lagi urus.
Ramai situ ya? Ramai lewat situ, komoditi?
Seandainya Samarinda itu berjalan optimal, dari 70% komoditi dari sana.
Oh gitu.
Karena bandara di Balikpapan kan yang lebih lengkap dan ini dari Balikpapan, tapi dari segi wilayah di Samarinda itu 70%, 7 kabupaten di sana kan.
Oh gitu. Oh karena bandaranya aja ya di Balikpapan, makanya di Balikpapan keluar dia gitu ya?
Iya, jadi selama ini kan masuk ke Balikpapan, terus Samarinda belum buka kargo di sana, baru kargo domestik masuk aja. Ini Hasbullah ini. Mana kabarmu?
Alsan, susah.
Gimana?
Udah muncul.
Gimana, Wak?
Tadi kayak hilang tadi.
Hasbullah.
Hasbullah hilang.
Hilang dia. Ini Palangkaraya ini si Pak Rul ini. Baru jalan ini.
Hasbul.
Pak Aril. Udah makan kawan.
Foto, foto. Mana Put? Sumardiana.
Baik, Pak Anwar. Sehat kan?
Apa kabar Bos?
Baik, baik. Ya, dah.
Ini Putu, gimana kabarmu Putu?
Ini aja lah.
Aduh. Semakin muda aja kau di Makassar Putu.
Memang masih muda.
Iya, gak terus kau.
Kairan tahun 80 saya. Iyalah.
Kelihatan tua Carson daripada Putu.
Iya, emang Carson tua ya Carson.
Putu kelahiran 75, Anwar.
80.
Ya, Andro. Sudah saya berikan. Udah.
Sambil makan ya.
Ya. Mau saya ke udah diajak. Udah diundang. Pak Andro. Iya, belum dapat. Udah, Pak. Nggak habis kali. Dapat internal aja, Pak, dan verifikasi laporan. Nggak habis kali, Pak, konsumsinya. Jadi nggak dimasukkan. Nggak apa-apa, Pak Bro. Emang udah menyiapkan diri ya? Apa? Enggak apa-apa. Enggak sampai ke sana. Saya udah kirim. Mau saya ke Pak Kapus. Saya juga itu kita sepakati bersama kita. Beli Putu masih cuti. Beli Putu.
Makassar, Bos.
Masih cuti, Bos.
Udah di Makassar nih. Coba.
Ciudin tuh. Kemarin gua nanyain dia nggak datang tuh.
Siapa? Yuni.
War.
Ya.
Itu kemarin Putu saya telepon katanya dia sembahyang terus kerjanya di Bali.
Mungkin mendekatkan diri lah. Sudah usia begini harus sering-sering mendekatkan diri lah.
Wah, mengaku sudah tua itu, War. Dibesaki terus dia, semedi dia.
Sana kan pusatnya tuh. Kalau tanpa perkenan beliau, kita nggak mau sehatannya dari beliau.
Jadi selama ini di luar Bali, pas Bali dirafel ya Put ya, dibanyak-banyain.
Betul, semua setiap pura saya kunjungi itu. Jadi istilahnya perjalanan spiritual. Kalau di luar Bali perjalanannya nggak Gak sempat spiritual.
Mau ajak makan malam nggak mau, katanya mau sembahyang dulu ke pura di Besaki gitu loh.
Makan tuh kan nggak, kapan bisa makan itu kan.
Jadi kita selalu tahu lah bahwa komponen dari itu kan cuma dua, komunikasi dengan pas.
Pak Abrin nggak badminton, Pak Abrin?
Sore nanti Mas, sore. Om Yogi sore nanti main sama Bapak, kan RDP dulu beliau.
Nanti saya gabung ya.
Gabung apa?
Jadi dia wasit.
Aku jaga bolanya aja. Iya.
Sore Mas Yogi, sore Mas Yogi.
Nanti sore ya?
Iya sore nanti jam 5 ke DPR.
Siapa tahu bisa gabung.
Monggo Ki.
Alah, dia udah di Mataram mau gabung ke sini. Mau konsultasi lagi nih. Mau konsultasi BBL lagi nih.
Udah tamat BL-nya itu. Udah master dia kalau BL itu.
Enggak, ekspornya.
Ya kan tinggal waktu aja, Bos. Ya kan?
Iya.
Tinggal waktu, kalau pesawatnya buka ya langsung ekspor.
Kemarin ketemu EJM-nya Ngurah Rai September buka Vietnam.
Ya, tapi masih Bos. Saya lihat karena ada kebijakan sampai akhir tahun toh. Baru bisa masuk asing di Indonesia. 11 September memang rencananya Pak wayang coaster buka mancanegara.
Iya.
Ya biar aja di Jakarta dulu lah, trialnya di Jakarta dulu lah ekspornya. Nanti tinggal belajar aja kita di Cengkareng.
Kayaknya Anwar, Mas Yogi tuh mau ngundang saya jadi narasumber itu.
Menandatangani garansi apa kan gitu. Abri dah masternya itu.
Nah, narasumber BL katanya, BBL Mas Yogi ngundang kita ini jadi narasumber.
Ya dengan bukanya Mataram kan saya sedikit terbantu. Yang seharusnya ke Denpasar kan yang direct Yogi. Terbagi.
Tapi Mas Yogi banyak ini masukannya ke saya itu. Kalau Mas Ridwan masuk barangnya ke Mataram juga ya Mas Yogi ya?
Yogi.
Ada yang ke Mataram dari Bima.
Itu punyanya Agung Laut atau Bali Sukses Mandiri? Bali Sukses Mandiri ya?
Ya, sama Setia ya.
Widara.
Kalau Widara itu kan sahabatnya Bu Susi itu.
Nah, Natura Primakultur kalau nggak besok lusa katanya.
Natura Primakultur itu orang Bali itu Pak Anwar, Akvi ya? Akvi. William punya.
Tapi selagi Mataram bisa lewat ya belum ke Bali dia. Nanti
kan pelayanannya Mataram cepat jadinya kan.
Iya,
10 ekor bisa jadi 10.000 kok.
Kasus.
Kan ribet mau ke Balinya harus lihat lembar dulu Pak Dambai kan susah. Kalau situ kan bisa langsung kirim.
Mas Yogi
masuk 10 ekor.
kan punya catatan sejarah kalau begitu.
Sabar ya Gi, sabar. Mudah-mudahan dikasih anggaran untuk staffing ya untuk tahun depan.
Anggaran staffing BBL saya luar biasa banyaknya Mas Yogi. Satu hari itu bisa 13 perusahaan.
Banyak tabungannya Habrin itu.
Uang saya ini sekarang sudah ada 17 miliar.
Uang garansi bos ya?
Iya.
Ada banyak nih. Bisa dihibah itu nanti.
Kalau dikasih semua itu, wah luar biasa kita itu. Dikasih BKIPM dikasih itu luar biasa itu.
Ya terutama untuk penghasil BL lah, kalau untuk yang di Bekasi. Mataram lah sebagai sumber.
Sekarang sudah BG-nya itu sudah 15,5.
Sih. Luar biasa.
Iya, BG-nya 15, yang sudah kepake itu 12 miliar. Sudah bisa gaji pegawai di Jakarta 1. Tidak perlu minta dari APBN.
Tapi batas waktu dihibah itu kapan itu bos, Pak Brin?
2 bulan.
2 bulan ya?
Ya 2 bulan mati anunya.
Cukup tidak cukup dihibah itu ya?
Enggak ada tetap hitungannya. Kayak bosnya Mas Yogi itu kan 1M bosnya Mas Yogi itu.
G, Mas Yogi.
Kirimnya jarang Pak Brin ya? Yang NTB.
Alam kok nggak pernah kirim lagi, Pak Alam?
Nah, Pak, lagi perang bintang di sini kalah ya.
Kan jago bosnya kan, perangnya jago bosnya. Masa di DPR kalah?
Alam lagi menggarap Tabanan dengan Badung sekarang.
Oh itu Alam Laut.
Ya Alam Laut ya.
Alam bukan yang ini Nusa Tenggara.
Oh.
Katanya nggak dapat barang Pak.
Kalah harga sih.
Kita nikmati aja dah.
Yang pusing awalnya saya, Yok. Itu kalau hari besok ini mungkin sekitar 14-13 perusahaan. Nah, itu kalau 14 orang yang jalan itu gila kan?
Ya kan dari awal saya bilang, itu kalau itu yang ditempuh, habis orang.
Iya,
Pengalaman 2015 itu kan,
ya.
Hari keempat udah sakit semua.
Habis.
Ini kan kantor kita ya Mas ya.
Pak Habrin, kalau di bandara lain sudah dibuka penerbangannya kan bisa mengurangi kan Pak Habrin? Mengurangi.
Ya pastilah bebannya gitu Mas, pasti.
Iya. Karena sementara ini karena ini kan dulu di Jakarta ya, karena penerbangannya yang bisa di sana gitu.
Ya, uji cobanya situ uji cobanya kayak COVID ini, uji klinis di situ dia.
Oh gitu.
Yang lucu kan CKIB-nya ada di Semarang, ekspornya ada di Jakarta.
Itulah kekhususan istimewanya BL. Namanya juga istimewa dia khusus ya. Komunitas khusus.
Ya, betul.
Tadi Pak Edi Medan 2 yang Wiratama sudah tanda tangan komitmen. Saya tanya CKIB-nya mana? Di Medan Pak, Nias. Oh gila. Nias, CKIB-nya Nias, barangnya ada di Jakarta. Ambil barangnya di Sukabumi.
Iya.
Jangan-jangan LHU-nya dari Bali.
Yok, itu LHU-nya Mas Anwar itu 5 kok lu cuma 1?
Di sini ininya Pak, JM-nya minta kira-kira bisa nggak dibuka Semarang gitu buat pengeluaran BBL. Waduh.
Bisa.
Bagus Tot, ajukan aja Tot. Nanti Permen 41 tuh dirubah lagi, peraturan perkaban.
Perkaban nih.
Dari 37 41 kan tambah 1. Nanti bikin 42, Semarang buka lagi. Jadi tenaga itu terbagi gitu.
Pak Yogi hebat lebihnya Pak Yogi bisa terbit 41 Perkaban.
Siapa dulu? Mataram itu. Ya, Gi?
Puyeng dia. Puyeng dia.
Di Mataram itu loh, masa tiap hari ada verifikasi, Pak?
Tapi kan tiap hari kirim ke Jakarta BL-nya.
Iya, berarti kan ada staffing sama verifikasi, Pak. Terus-terusan.
Habis Pak Toto juga nambahin duit ya?
No comment, Pak. Jangan begitu.
Tapi kan sudah diajukan ya, Gi ya. Namanya juga sudah permohonan. Mudah-mudahan didengar gitu.
Sama ini Pak Habrin, banyak yang nanya pengajuannya seperti apa gitu, tata caranya itu loh untuk ekspor. Ada beberapa nih yang datang ke sini.
Wah, undang kita jadi narasumber.
Gitu Pak ya.
Iya. Itu Pak Yogi sudah mau mengundang jadi narasumber itu.
Oh gitu, boleh Pak. Ini ada berapa ini yang nanya-nanya ke sini nih?
Kalau Semarang mah naik darat aja.
Berdasarkan bukti baik pakai hasil
Bisa dimulai ya. So we start. Pak Reza.
Reza masih di mute, Pak.
Oke, Pak Sudari, boleh
Ya,
dimulai.
silakan. Silakan Pak, mulai saja ya.
Ya, terima kasih. Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, Pak Sudari yang saya hormati, Bu Nining, Bu Ninin, Bapak Ibu sekalian, Pak Widodo masih ya di sini ya. Pada sesi ini kita akan lanjut pada presentasi mengenai rekomendasi. Tadi kita sebetulnya sudah melihat teman-teman sudah menyampaikan rekomendasi dari masing-masing pekerjaannya. Tetapi mungkin tidak salah kalau saya mengasumsikan rekomendasi yang disampaikan oleh teman-teman sifatnya masih highlight. Jadi masih secara sekilas. Mungkin pada sesi ini ada kesempatan dari teman-teman untuk menyampaikan kembali rekomendasi masing-masing grup, kemudian nanti akan dibahas kembali oleh Pak Mike maupun kita semua dalam sesi diskusi. Oke, dear participant, in the first session we have already finished all the material to be presented, including recommendation. However, because during this session, we also have to present recommendation, I assume the recommendation you have been mentioned in the first session is only a highlight of the recommendation. So I may suggest during this session, all the groups can present the recommendation in detail. So Professor McDillan and all the participants can take opportunity to discuss the recommendation in depth. My suggestion. To make it short, I invite again the first group to present the recommendation, followed by the next group. Kepada Bu Yuni Terawati, Bu Mariam Latukunsina, dan Bu Eri, silahkan untuk menyampaikan presentasinya. Bu Yuni bersama kita. Bu Yuni, apakah sudah hadir di ruang Zoom ini?
Mungkin grup yang lain yang siap.
Baik, saya undang dari grup yang lain yang sudah siap untuk menyampaikan rekomendasinya. Saya persilahkan, tidak mesti urut.
Ya, grup 2 siap, Pak.
Grup 2 siap. Silahkan Pak Ilman Al-Kausar.
First, let me reshare our presentation. Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Reza and Mr. Mike. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
This is our recommendation for remote inspection. The first recommendation, this is regarding the policy. So we think the competent authority should establish regulation to conduct remote inspection or surveillance during pandemic COVID-19. In the regulation, this is should apply how the preparation, implementation, and evaluation of remote inspection. I will repeat the explanation. We all know that this remote inspection will take long time, starting from the company or establishment to prepare the self-audit report. So we should tell on the regulation how long for the company or establishment to prepare this self-audit report. And then we should also talk about the internet network in the process room, because this internet signal is very important during remote inspection, which is we use teleconference application. But for this regulation, actually, competent authority already send the circular letter to our regional fish quarantine and establishment. But in that circular letter is not really detailed about how to establish the remote inspection. So we think we should have regulation about remote inspection. And for the next point is, this is recommendation for establishment. Our main focus is establishments shall have.
Putus hilang.
Oh ya, maaf Pak. Saya ulangi lagi poin. I will repeat the next point. This is recommendation for establishment. Establishments shall have and implement COVID-19 protocol procedure during pandemic COVID-19. Maybe that's all from our group. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Elman, for the presentation. The next presentation, if any groups ready?
Group 1, maybe?
Group 1? Yes, please.
We just ready.
Okay, group 1, please.
Start share screen. Okay. The recommendation from group 1, number 1 is carry out data collection and classification of supplier unit to determine the supplier unit for remote assessment. That's number 1. And number 2, determine appropriate alternative or solution for implementation remote assessment in supplier unit with limited communication network. And number 3 is socialize the technical instruction remote assessment in the supplier unit that have been made to stakeholders. That is recommendation from group 1, especially for supplier units who's ready, and communication network, and socialize. Thank you.
Okay. You are welcome for group 1. And the next, may I invite group 3, if the group's ready?
Okay, Pak.
Yes, please, Mutia.
Miss Ulfa, can you?
Oh, Bu Heni, yes, please, Bu Heni.
Okay. Sorry, Miss Heni.
everyone could see the presentation?
Yes, it's clear. Keep going.
Yeah.
Wait, Sophie, please.
Yeah. First, I would like to apologize for the previous session. Our group is not convey the recommendation because the schedule is in the afternoon, and then we have a competent authority product, especially high risk product. Hello.
Yes, keep going, Bu. It's clear. No problem with the sound.
Conducted. Not recommended, yeah. Consideration is so
sometimes
we are not
interrupted.
recommended, yeah.
Putus-putus.
Yeah, sometimes interrupted.
Halo. Halo.
Oke, terdengar Bu. Lanjut.
Yeah, yeah. And the second, if should be conducted due to any obstacles, we suggest that the inspector should be carried out. The inspection should be the senior inspector who have much experience and adequate knowledge in the thermal process, especially for sterilization. And then the third, we acknowledge that the establishment only a few of establishment have their own procedure for again or for avoid the COVID-19 procedure. So this for establish and provide the guidance for remote inspection. Yeah, that's all for our group recommendation.
Thank you, Bu Heni, for the presentation. I invite again for Group O to re-present the recommendation part of their presentation this morning to make it more clear. I invite the Group 4. Group 4, time is yours.
Bu
Dari
Erniati Palu, Pak.
Oke, Bu Erniati, please.
Palu.
Time is yours, Bu.
No, ini BKIPM Palu share screen salah, Pak. Harusnya kelompok 4.
Oh, oke. Bu, share screen-nya ditutup, Bu. Ya, terima kasih. Silahkan dari kelompok 4 yang ingin menyampaikan presentasinya tentang rekomendasi. Mungkin tadi masih sangat singkat. Pada kesempatan ini bisa disampaikan lebih pelan-pelan, detail. Silahkan.
Ya, Pak.
Ya, silakan, Bu.
For the fourth group, for the recommendation to
Ada suara ya.
Norwegian Competent Authority, the first recommendation is CA should prepare the facility and infrastructure for remote inspection. Example, to increase the bandwidth capacity. The second recommendation is updating the regulation periodically. The third is CA should make the NFCA circular letter regarding remote inspection for processor, and for the competent authority to ensure OIE list disease free prior to shipment. And there's a recommendation for Indonesian side. The first is the first is Indonesian competent authority to issue the regulation, establish a remote inspection and its related procedure. The second is improving capacity of inspector related the remote inspection IT. And the last is providing sufficient infrastructure support for remote inspection. Maybe this is a recommendation from group 4. Thank you, Pak Reza.
Thank you, Bu Caca. Thank you for the all groups that have presented the recommendation part of presentation. Now I invite Professor Mike Dillon to have a comment or response on this recommendation part. I invite again Professor Mike Dillon. Mike, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. I will comment a little on each group and then summarize. Okay, so group 1, I think the points made on classification of supplier units for capability for remote assessment is important. The same way that we classify for risk, I think the inspection authority, the competent authority, needs to know which of the organizations registered as we say food business operators are actually capable of being remote inspected. And then if they don't meet the standard according to this group under remote inspection, there should be some alternative put forward. So you need to look at the what this alternative might be in terms of COVID and safety. But I think increasingly remote inspection will become part of the work that is done by the competent authority. So I didn't understand the third point, and maybe the group can explain point 3 when it says that the appropriate technical institutions need to be socialized to make remote inspection viable. Do they mean that this is awareness? Is this, if you go to a group 1, how they involve the technical institutions, I don't know exactly what they mean. Maybe that's something you can ask group 1. We then had the presentation from group 3. So I can't trace them. No, but it can't work in here. It's too loud. Sorry. Sorry, we'll try this one. So they said, and this was an interesting point from group 3, because the cannery is high risk, the group's view is not recommended. Yeah. And then the next point is, well, if it has to be inspected remotely, it needs to be by a senior inspector. And the final point was we need to establish the guidelines. So, you know, for me, policy is policy. If the government policy is a remote inspection, then it doesn't matter if it's a cannery or a frozen food plant. We need to actually undertake the inspection remotely in the best way possible. The world changes. Unfortunately, remote inspections here, I understand. I mean, our normal cannery inspection, I worked in Canada for 8 years, was 4 people for 4 days, so 16 man days during the inspection activity. But we started looking at remote inspection in 1995 for cannery in terms of data that could be collected in advance and things that we could access 25 years ago. So I think we need to modernize our thinking if we think that this is an issue. We then had I think Ilman gave us the issues on regulations that could be established, and I thought that was very clear. I thought the regulatory issue about remote inspection, how to prepare, the infrastructure needed. They commented that the circular letter at the minute is not very clear, so I think that's something that could be improved. And then they had a procedure that was needed for training to actually put this in place. So I thought the group were clear, as always. I already commented on group 4, the competent authority was already very clear. They had raised the issues of bandwidth. They'd actually raised the issue about a NFSA circular letter should actually be something that's used, and the OIE data being updated was clear. But in terms of issuing the regulation, where is the regulation? I agree. Improving the capacity and providing a sufficient infrastructure are very practical requirements. So when we look at the points that the groups have raised, I think that we started off by classifying this into primarily to start with the policy and the regulation. I think if we combine the recommendations from each of the groups under the policy and regulation area, and then actually follow this up with infrastructure and finally training, you'll actually have a list of actions that will be sensible for the competent authority to look at in terms of its next steps. My advice to the group that believe that we can't inspect canneries remotely is to remember that this is always followed up by a full inspection when the pandemic or when the situation allows. So it's never the intention to replace inspection by remote inspection. It supports the full inspection activity that the government will want to undertake. So I'm sure that the government would actually prioritise the high risk cannery inspections as being the #1 priority when they set the inspection schedule for the year. Even if they bring remote inspection in, it should only support existing inspection activities. It might be used during a pandemic to substitute for an inspection in the short term, but you need to be inspecting full inspection whenever the situation actually allows. So I think the objective of everything that we've done is to get clarity in your own policy, procedures, training, and infrastructure for the benefit of your government. So the important thing now is to take these guidance areas, and I'll discuss with Sidari, maybe we give you back a note saying over 1,000 inspectors have attended this program in the last sort of month. These were the key areas that have been identified, and these are the things that you should consider doing. But we will do that in collaboration with your own teams, with the people who've been in this working group, the 60 or the 4 groups who have been involved in planning a remote inspection, and actually what the recommendations they've made. But really, you should think now about what you do in your own organisation to take this forward. So I congratulate the teams. I think that there's clarity in some areas, but I think for many inspectors, they will benefit by training. But for the training to work, you need the policy, the guidance on what needs to improve in regulation, especially at practical procedure level. And then, as a number of the groups have said, the infrastructure for inspection, either in the facilities that you need to inspect and the islands that you need to actually visit, or within the department itself, needs to be considered to make this something which is practical and can be achieved. Yeah. So I pass it back to the moderator, Reza, and then maybe we have some discussion with the group. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. Bapak Ibu sekalian, tadi Mike menyampaikan beberapa hal dan juga beliau memerlukan barangkali sedikit klarifikasi dari grup 1 tentang apa yang dimaksud dengan technical infrastructure need to be socialized. Ya, mungkin yang lain juga ada catatan dari teman-teman di grup 1. Ya, apa itu maksudnya? Ya. Kemudian juga tentang policy, ya, terkait dengan frozen and canned fish. Ya, kalau menurut beliau ini juga mungkin perlu sedikit penjelasan dari Pak Asaf, ya, atau Bu Heni barangkali tadi, ya, apa yang dimaksud dengan pernyataan tersebut, karena menurut beliau tentunya baik frozen maupun canning memerlukan teknik remote as best as we can. Kalau dari Pak Irman cukup clear, ya. Kemudian dari kelompok 4 beliau sangat mengapresiasi, ya, beliau telah menyampaikan kelebihan-kelebihan dari kelompok 4 yang menyebutkan tentang bandwidth, circular letter, dan sebagainya. Kemudian beliau juga menyampaikan bahwa memang terkait dengan infrastruktur dan training itu perlu perhatian dari competent authority untuk memastikan bahwa itu bisa terlaksana dengan baik, ya, yaitu mencakup mengenai kebutuhan dari policy yang mendukung dan regulasi-regulasi yang mendukung ke arah itu. Barangkali demikian, silahkan dari kelompok 1 dan kelompok 3 kalau nggak salah yang perlu klarifikasi lebih lanjut untuk disampaikan. Silahkan Ibu dari kelompok masing-masing.
Izin saya dulu ya, Pak.
Silakan, Bu.
Iya. Thank you, Mike, for the comment. Actually, in the second part, I have told that if should be conducted the remote inspection for the canned product due to any obstacle, we are suggest that the inspector who conduct or who carried out the inspection.
Yeah, I understood.
Should be the senior inspector that have
you started with
experience.
Oh no, Mom. You started with don't do it. Then you went to do not. It was almost number 1. We should not conduct remote inspection for candidates too high risk. I understand the point. Yeah, I understand why you say this. Number 2, you say it should involve a senior inspector. Number 3. Then we need the guidelines. For me, it's actually the first point is remote inspection is not replacing a traditional inspection. It's not why it's there. During the pandemic, there's an issue about access to a facility. However, your government and the policy guidelines can decide how much remote inspection you use and where. If you decide remote inspection is not suitable for Canada, I don't agree, but your policy should be clear. You can have 4 inspections a year in the cannery and 10 inspections a year in the cannery on a remote inspection. If you have a number of inspections which are traditional, you can always have more a remote. And as someone who worked in the Canadian government alongside the thermal process expert to set the guidance for the cannery inspections and the other areas, I realise how important and how much time and expertise it takes to properly inspect the cannery process. But there are many things that can be done remotely, so we need to have a balance of both. That was the point that I was making. But I think for pass out, because Group 4 commented on a competent authority area, I think there needs to be clear guidance at policy level on where and what you're happy to do remote inspection in and what exemptions are. But facilities, they don't need a dedicated room to host a meeting in. They need to have the capacity to have an iPhone or a camera phone that can allow you to have a look at the actual area that you want to ask them to go to, because the camera becomes your eyes. If you can get them to take you to the cannery area, then the important thing in a cannery is going to be the barrier control and what they do when a canned product is actually manufactured, to stop it being mistakenly taken back into an unprocessed a pallet that you can differentiate by label. The labels are heat sensitive, so you can see the difference when they've went through the process. All of those things but you need to practice and think how you do this remotely so that you can still do your a full 4-day visit, if that's what you take to do the cannery, plus you can do some remote inspection activity. But I think the policy, I think at least 3 groups have said, what about the competent authority guidelines? And the guidelines need to be in line with the national policy.
Yeah, thank you, Mike, for the suggestion and feedback. We will consider that.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Yeah.
Bye. Reza?
Pak Reza masih di mute, Pak.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mike.
No problem, Reza.
I didn't realize it. No. It's mute still. Oke, kemudian mohon respon yang berikutnya dari kelompok yang menyampaikan materi tadi tentang technical infrastructure need to be socialized. Silakan. Dari grup 1 kalau saya
izin menyampaikan Pak Reza.
Ya, silakan.
I want to explain about the recommendation number 3. Maybe you mean it's right. We talk at recommendation number 3 not about infrastructure to socialize, but we note about socialize the technical instruction about remote assessment in the supplier unit. So now remote inspection at supplier unit, we do not yet conduct it. So we now we will make this suggestion to be technical instruction, and then before we do it at unit supplier, we need to socialize it first. That is our main.
I understand now. It was my problem, not your problem. Okay. I needed to understand. I understand now you want to make them aware. You want to show them how this needs to be prepared. I agree, but I didn't understand. So good. Okay, clear.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Mike. Yeah, sometimes the word socialize is not familiar.
It should be dissemination, actually, Mike.
No, I think socialize is right.
That's right.
I had written a technical institution rather than technical instruction. It was because I didn't have enough time or the slides in advance for me to actually fully understand. It was me, not the team. Yeah. So the team are fine. I had the problem.
Thank you very
so I
much,
am clear.
Mike, yeah.
So they had suggested supplier rating. They'd suggested classification, but to make that work, what the group are saying is you need to visit the establishments or even online, actually explain how this will work before you actually do it. I totally agree. I think that's a good point. So that falls into training. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else that I missed, perhaps, Mike?
No, it's not. I think those were the clarification points, Reza. The bit that I was recommending is to take the recommendations that you've made and put them under specific heading so that policy regulation fit within one area, and then the training requirements, the infrastructure requirements are in the other area. But it seems it would be useful if you have a guidance document for your inspection teams on this area. I think it would be good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your suggestion.
Reza,
Bapak, yes, silakan Pak Sudari.
maybe I have a question. Probably Mike or the group
Yes,
can
please, Pak.
clarify. Yeah, I have 4 questions actually related because Mike suggested there are 4 recommendations if we put it together. One is regulation, second is infrastructure, and then capacity building and classification of the establishment. First, regulation. I think we need to know also from our colleague from the quarantine what level of regulation is it enough from the circular from the DG of quarantine? Also, you need a kind of a ministerial decree to conduct this one. Yeah, because I know there are a lot of there are some regulation related to the quality inspection and then also quality insurance system in the fisheries. So maybe you can clarify what level of regulation do you need? Probably that then we can, because we have also activities in our program that we can kind of help also the ministry to provide. We can provide kind of input or assistance on the establishment or new regulation. Or is it just need to kind of amend the existing regulation? I think that's the first question. So what level of regulation do you need? I think this is we need to get this one and then probably
get that right. But I think
second probably infrastructure. Yeah, you mentioned about the internet bandwidth and so on, and then also remote. But there is also an issue of security or security of the data from the remote assessment. Yeah.
Yes.
I think you need to have a kind of a platform that a digital platform to keep all the inspection result, so that the security of the data from your inspection and from the companies is securely keep in the system. So I don't know whether there is already enough infrastructure to conduct this thing, or you need a kind of investment, because that probably also Mike can guide us whether there's a need a platform to be established for the remote assessment. Like in UK, you said that you have a platform also, no, for the
scores in the doors.
common doors, yeah. And then for capacity building, we need probably to know also from the participant what is specific capacity building you need. Probably that also Mike can help. Probably you can specify what is in areas of the capacity building, so we can later on we can organize the capacity building for you more systematic way. That is the third. Then the fourth regarding classification, yeah, because the Pak Widodo and the director mentioned that the remote assessment beyond the COVID will be done only for the low risk products, yeah, low risk product. But from what I understand from Mike, actually is that is depend on your policy. Actually, regardless of the risk, you can do the remote assessment. So we need to know also the direction of the policy, whether you want to do this as just to have a remote assessment for the low risk, or also including the high risk. I think this classification we need to also to be clear about this one. Yeah? I agree that probably we can start from low risk, and then if the facilities is improved, and then the capacity of the inspector is improved, then we can start also stepping into the medium and then high risk product. Then that is my comments or my question on this 4 areas. Yeah, thank you. Probably Mike also can give a comment on this.
Thank you very much, Pak Sudari. Perhaps Mike, you may respond this.
Okay. It's in terms of a ministerial decree or a regulation. For me, that depends on within the act that the remote inspection falls. So if and this is about the way that a inspection and law works. Normally, the Act gives the minister the power to do certain things. Okay? So within your fishery legislation or law, the minister has got specific powers for him to do A, B, C, D. Yeah. If within that the Director General has got delegated authority for him to issue circulars, I'm sure he has, within the power under the Act, then fine. The Director General is the nominated person under the Minister, can do what you want in terms of the circular. However, my advice is, Sidari, that there's a review just to actually look at where remote inspection actually sits. I think there's an opportunity for Indonesia, if it decides to do something very clear, to actually demonstrate that Indonesia is taking the whole area of remote inspection further, and it will actually do this so that it's something that can be used to promote Indonesia. So my advice is a small working group set up, you know, the ex-DGs, others actually sit in the room and they decide how this policy could actually work and how the circular could be strengthened, then you do it. You know, if you want me to be part of that remotely, fine. But I think it's good that you consider this carefully. You look at what the advantages or disadvantages might be, but then you take forward how you strengthen the circular as a minimum. Yeah. So I think you need, to me, there's a review there. I will comment next on infrastructure. Our government have invested in scores on the door. So the remote inspection system in the UK, which has been piloted, is a specific software system that does exactly what you're suggesting, Sidari. It's not something that's open access. It's something that's actually managed by the inspection service itself. And they're very careful that there are certain digital records that they don't want. They don't want video recordings and stuff like that actually maintained on the system. So there's a scope for that remote inspection system, and it's something that's actually mandated and authorized by the government itself, and therefore what records it keeps within there. So I think the whole point about security of data, confidence that specific records are actually being held correctly, both under our data protection law and what things get held and what specific information is allowed to be held, is something that's been considered within that a specific software system. I will, one of the things from this that I will do is, I think you can still hear, but I can't see. I think you've disconnected your Zoom. So,
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, no problem. I'll carry on. So I would say that you need to have a specific system set up, and you can use the UK example. Well, maybe we get one or two examples, and you can actually look to see what you do. So, Sidari, this is for you, I think, to say, well, there are existing IT systems that are actually in place, mandated through the government for remote inspection, and therefore you can look and see which one of these might work. Capacity building, I'll produce a short bullet point saying these are the things that you should consider, and maybe we work on that, Sidari, with, again, I think you create a working group from the inspection service and we actually look at how that can work. Your final point that you asked was on beyond COVID. The world has changed. We had an announcement today from Google actually saying that they are no longer prepared to accept 4-year degrees from universities as being evidence that someone's qualified or skilled to do a job. Google are therefore will operate their own Google Academy, which within 6 months they will actually pay the same money as someone who's actually got a degree, and it will be delivered remotely. Okay, so what you've actually got is the world's changed. Google and other large organizations have seen it. They will do 100,000 degree equivalent programs free. If you are doing a degree under Google in 6 months, it will be $49 per month for people to be qualified to do what takes an existing institution 4 years, and it will be remotely delivered. So under our classification of what we think we can remotely inspect, I think we need to be really rigorous when we actually say, we'll start with low risk and actually move up, because, if we have the capacity to do some of this sooner, we should actually make those timelines fairly short if we want to actually run remote inspection, because I think the pandemic has actually changed the way that people think about how things should be done. So many universities will now be shivering if you can have a degree for $300 in 6 months. Remotely delivered. Sidari, is that enough?
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Probably any comment from our colleague from the quarantine?
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Pak Sidari. I invite any comment or response from the participants.
Ya, Pak.
Silakan. Ya, silakan, Bu.
Siapa dulu? Bu Sule.
Ini atau
Monggo Bu Sule dulu.
Ya, boleh Bu Sule dulu.
yeah,
Senior dulu
I
ya, Bu
say
Heni ya.
hello to my
Hey, Sule.
Mike. I'm here. Yes, Mike.
Ya, silakan, Bu.
Yes. One question for Mike, that remote assessment can be also as a tool to make to conduct quality culture
in the EPO side. My question is, it is good, by your side to have some point then need to be prepared by the EPO before or in a few days before conducting some inspection. So just to make sure that the EPO have their own confidence that they already meet requirement based on the risk based management to implementation the standard required for the food safety.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me say, if you're someone writes a report, that is their report. Okay. However, from a government perspective, what counts is the government's report. So verification by government that the business is in compliance is the government's mandate. So the organization can do a self-audit. No, leave him. So the government will verify, but the business can do a self-audit, but it doesn't mean anything other than they themselves are actually demonstrating they think they're in control. But the government need to do a remote inspection to check the self-audit and then verify other information. And then finally, they will do an actual visit when they've got time. But depending on the classification of the business, there are some businesses in the UK, they're only inspected every 3 years. If it's a low risk premise, then they'll only come to your factory every 3 years. My factory, we were visited twice, 3 times a year. Yeah. So it's all about they should, under our law, they should maintain the system. Under our law, the inspection service verified that the system meets the legal standard. Okay.
Oke, Bu Sinta, ada yang mau diklarifikasi lagi? Cukup?
Ya, kira cukup.
Oke, terima kasih. Silakan Bu Heni. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
Silakan Bu Heni.
Iya Pak, terima kasih. It's about the policy, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will follow whatever the DG or our director policy regarding the remote assessment. But we need a clear suggestion for you. Remotely inspection that.
Yeah, I did this for many years, for 10, 15 years. I used to go into countries after they had failed competent authority review, not Indonesia, but other countries that I worked in. And I always said, this is what will come next. No matter if you've got through this, this is next. Remote inspection is here to stay. It's not going to change. Worldwide, people have seen the impact, and we now need to use the tools to increase the amount of remote inspection that we do, to train the inspection service in how this can be done, to put the policies and the regulations in place to make this work for Indonesia. So I think there is an opportunity for Indonesia to actually bring remote inspection in at policy level, and then actually get the appropriate regulations to make the policy work. So this exercise now was to future-proof Indonesia, to actually make Indonesia strong in terms of controlling food safety nationally. You've always got a problem when you have 17,000 islands. You know, it's not possible. But what is possible, if you have a very good, robust remote inspection approach, you can improve food safety. You'll get better at gathering data remotely. You'll get better at getting the right sort of questions. You'll get better at designing the inspection plan. So it's now's to get the working group together for me in the inspection service supported by UNIDO to actually take this thing forward and to use it to promote how good Indonesia is and the fact that Indonesia is actually doing this in a planned way rather than being forced to do it by other competent authorities asking for a remote inspection access. So, to me, 12 years ago, 13 years ago, we visited different parts of Indonesia in teams to get ready for the aquaculture EC inspection. Now we can do that every month if we want. We can actually get teams together. We can visit different parts of Indonesia. We can look at the remote inspection feedback and try to improve the country and the area in a much better way. So I know where the discussion earlier was, do we actually, and this was Sidari saying, well, is this really a DG, a Director General circular issue, or is this a ministerial review? My own view is I would do it at ministerial level, because I think if the policy a discussion takes a place at ministerial level, it actually demonstrates to the rest of the cabinet how important remote inspection really is for Indonesia, considering how Indonesia is actually set up in terms of its island network. I think it's an opportunity for Indonesia to become the best in that area. So why not do it? Yeah. And your minister's very strong. He's a very clear a man who wants things done. I think if he's brought into that a discussion, we created Young Samurai as the approach for taking forward the industry sector in terms of improving performance. But I think remote inspection is an area that minister, just the way that he thinks, would be an excellent person to take that type of initiative forward. And while UNIDO have got the opportunity to give technical assistance to support it, it's actually a good opportunity for the government to get its policy and regulation right. Fine.
Bagaimana
Yes,
Bu Heni?
Okay.
Cukup Bu Heni?
Iya Pak, cukup Pak.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. Mike, Pak Saud leave question on the chat room. Perhaps you, because he is facing problem with connection. So, can you read it by yourself, or I should read for you?
Actually, Mike already responded.
I pass out.
Yes, Pak Saud, you want to ask directly, or you have already satisfied with the previous answer?
Pak Reza, can you catch my voice?
Yes,
so clear now.
Hear.
Hello.
Ya Pak, clear Pak.
Ya Pak.
Lanjut Pak, lanjut.
Hello.
Hi.
So still a problem, huh?
No.
Sorry,
clear,
please,
Pak.
Mike.
Oke Pak, Saud suaranya bagus Pak.
He's clear.
I think he doesn't hear us, yeah. So let me just read the question. I think due to the connection problem, I asked by chat room. Mike, what do you think if the remote inspection be done based on risk analysis, priority to low risk product?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry, Sidari. What do I think if the...
What do you think if remote inspection be done based on risk analysis, priority to low risk products?
Yeah, I think that's exactly the same as the existing a classification scheme. So our existing classification scheme is on risk analysis. We rate the factories, and then depending on the rating, we inspect at that frequency. So if we say for a remote inspection that we want to classify, which was one of the earlier groups points, that we should classify the facilities, if that's based on a risk, then what we're trying to do is actually say this would be the basis of the remote inspection. I would avoid, and I know where you were coming from, saying we won't inspect higher risk facilities remotely. I would still inspect higher risk facilities, but I would keep in place the existing inspection frequency of the. It's not to remove any inspection from Canary. It would be to also, on top of that, do some remote inspections so that we actually get better at it, so that we get confident that we can do it. So I think at one level, the policy is to replace. If it's low risk, we can actually replace some of the inspections, but maybe at the higher risk facilities, we can strengthen the number of visits that we want to make with the same visit a frequency for a cannery, but maybe on top of that, you do some remote inspection. So I leave it. That's part of the discussion for the policy group. The policy group under, is it ministerial a policy, exactly what it is, and is it this a circular issued by the Director General, or is it something that comes straight from the Minister? I think there needs to be a discussion at that level, and it's what the inspection service he feels is best. I'm going to push them a little bit further than they think they might want to go, because I believe we are already moved. The world has moved in this pandemic, and we need to reflect that in the sort of things that we look at, that we want to do within inspection.
Okay. Thank you. I hope Pak Saud can hear.
Pak Reza, I just jumped to another, laptop. Thank you, Mike, for the comments. I agree with you that, of course, the remote inspection can be done to all, products. But as a start, we start from the low risk, and then we can improve by the time goes on, and then we can strengthen even for higher risk products. And then secondly, I think your advice is very important for us to further consolidation of the scheme for the remote inspection, and it will be necessary, I think, for us to get a further sort of technical note, based on our discussion during the day, and it will be good if we can see that, let's say, by group, by result of each group, and then by that advice, then we can consolidate what as a recommendation for our higher authorities, what can be done, and then of course the sort of regulation that we are going to establish, to allow us undertake this remote inspection. And the second point, Mike, is the last part of the presentation by Group 4. Actually, that is the remote inspection in the sense that only by documents so far over the last 2 months.
Yeah.
Yes. And then we have made some suggestions there in order to improve the system by adding the remote we call a virtual meeting, the virtual meeting, in addition to the documents verification. So that is so far. So we have already 3 months experience with regard to the remote inspection by documents only. Yep. And then I think based on our discussion, we can improve that by adding the virtual meeting and the specific items to be demonstrated by our auditee. And I agree with you that preparatory works is very important. To make it very detailed, and also to allow as well as comprehensive as possible the self self audit by the auditee, and then based on that you can follow up, of course, the remote inspection. I think that's my sort of additional comments, and thank you for your advice so far. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
No problem. Just to say, I understand clearly Pat Sout's feedback. To my suggestion is that a very simple document's created that says this was the number of meetings, this was the number of delegates. Appendix 1's got the presentations, Appendix 2's got the feedback, and then there's a summary of the recommendations that need to be reviewed, or something like a rapporteur, sort of which Sidari would know from FAO. So it's more, there's been specific input. Your groups have actually gave feedback. No, your groups have actually spent time, even if it's 1 or 2 days, but if you add up the number of people that were involved in preparing the feedback, there was a lot of detail in there. I think it just needs to go into an appendix with a very short, summary saying these are the things that have come out of this. This is the key points, but it's based on a significant number of inspectors actually giving an input into what they actually think. That's what the power is, and there's probably 40 or 50 inspectors who are involved in the working groups actually saying these are the issues that they see, and some very senior members of the inspection team. So I'll discuss with Sidari what we do with that, but I think it should just be a very short, 1 or 2 page briefing note. But people should understand where it's come from in terms of what people have presented and what they've actually said. Not what I've done, but what the group themselves have done.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike. Bapak Ibu sekalian, sekarang sudah jam 2.05. Sesuai jadwal, diskusi harus berakhir di jam 2.45. Namun apabila masih ada pertanyaan, saya berikan kesempatan waktu karena tadi kita mulai agak terlambat. Silahkan, barangkali ada dari peserta yang ingin clarification from Mike. Please,
Pak Reza.
Ya, silahkan.
Pak Reza, mungkin tadi masukan dari Mike sudah banyak, tetapi barangkali perlu juga nanti dengan tim dari UNIDO, Pak Sudari CS, untuk membantu kita untuk wrap up hasil apa kita, sehingga lebih tajam, karena ini kan sudah terkait dengan kondisi di Indonesia gitu. Jadi mungkin nanti dari diskusi ini kita bisa wrap up sama-sama, karena ada ketua-ketua grup kita, nanti dengan timnya Pak Sudari bisa wrap up, sehingga nanti sambil menunggu dari Pak Mike keluar nanti mungkin 2-3 halaman catatan beliau, kita udah bisa kira-kira membuat bagaimana nanti ke depannya sebagai saran kepada pimpinan di unit kita masing-masing gitu.
Ya. Setuju Pak Saud, ya setuju. Setuju ya Pak Sudari ya.
Ya, siap.
Ya, terima kasih dukungannya Pak Sudari. Baik Bapak Ibu, saya kembali mengundang apabila ada yang ingin klarifikasi lebih lanjut.
Mohon izin Pak Reza.
Silakan Bu Ninin.
Iya, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Hi Mike. Actually, Pak Widodo, when Pak Widodo said that we plan to do a remote assessment for the low risk product, it's actually because we don't know yet that actually all the product categories can be inspected by remote inspection. Actually, it would be really helpful for us if actually it could be carried out by remotely. So for the regulation, usually we have already ministerial regulation, and now actually it's really good opportunity for us, because now we are going to revise ministerial regulation regarding what do you call it, issuance of HACCP certificate. So it would be really good for us. I mean, I just would like to convince myself that I'm not wrong with the conclusion. Actually, the classifications of the establishment is only for the frequency, if I'm not wrong. For the frequency of remote assessment, right? I mean, if I'm not wrong. So, I mean, for the low risk production, maybe we can more frequent, we can remote assessment, and then for the high risk product, still we can do remote assessment, but maybe the frequency more normal inspection than remote assessment. That's what I concluded. And then, I mean, I asked you if I'm not wrong. And then the thing that's now maybe tadi Pak Reza, Pak Saudari sudah sampaikan, actually we can continue our work maybe, because actually we have already carried out remote inspection now, but only using, we have already my fellow has already said that only based on the circular letter, but the circular letter actually is not regarding as regulation, but usually circular letter, we make circular letter usually if something, I mean, for what do you call, for make regulation, it will take time. So if something needed quickly to carry it out, so we just using circular letter. So I think it would be better now, the time, what do you call it, because we are revising ministerial regulations. So maybe we can continue with Pak Sudari discussion regarding the regulation, to revise our regulation. Thank you.
Okay. Mike, if you have any comment?
Yeah, I think we need to be, the first point that I made was a remote inspection is not intended to replace physical inspection. Okay, yes. It's not a, right, that's for me, you might reduce frequency, but that's on a risk basis, like you've said. In other words, if you're saying this is a very low risk facility, this is looking at SOP operation in a fresh fish plant, or even in a frozen but not cooked plant that's raw material, then you would actually review your existing inspection frequency based on the risk that you've actually already given the number of visits that you want to make, to see if you want to make a change. But you need to be happy as the risk managers for the country that removing the inspection effort is actually valid, and that you'll still actually get the same inspection result if you actually inspect or don't inspect, remotely. So one of it is, I think, practically, I mean, how often do you visit a low risk factory now? And in the UK, that could be every 3 years.
No, Yeah, actually no, we are not categorized as low and high risk, but we just now still using the non-conformities for grading of establishment. We have A, B, C. So that's yeah. So but we plan to do risk categorization, but still not yet.
Oh, so you've not done. Okay.
Yeah.
So our factories are risk categorized, and then based on risk category is your inspection frequency. So I think that's the discussion point is how does your existing system work? I don't think now's the time to discuss anything. I think it's like we should be clear. We should outline what the existing system is, what's happened with remote inspection. This is about ensuring adequate food control for your country. Forget export. This is about your normal system for food control, and then your exports based on that. So really, it's being clear about how you inspect now and how you want to move. But we've said as part of this, there would be a review to actually see. I think definitely bringing in a visual video activity alongside your document will improve what you do, whatever you do. Okay.
Bagaimana Bu Ninin? Sudah cukup?
Okay, but actually, I just want to reassure myself. Actually, if we do remote assessment, the thing is that the important thing for us that it is recognized by international recognized. I mean, if we set our system including remote assessment, it will be accepted by the other what do you call it?
Competent authorities. Yeah, and I think that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. At the minute, FDA have put remote inspection in, but it's only a temporary measure during COVID. Okay, so what they've said is during COVID, we've accepted it's okay that this thing happens. After COVID, they'll go back and they'll look at it again. Okay, so I think you've got a different mandate. You've got the COVID mandate. What happens during COVID? We physically can't get to the premises. They've accepted during COVID what you do. So you need to think through, this will happen again. Sooner or later, you'll have another country. What you want to do, forgive my dog, what you want to do outside of a COVID. And I think Sidari's recommendation that we start at low risk and work up is probably a good way to go. Yeah, they won't care. The big issue will be high risk plant. It will be the cooked and ready to eat product, or it will be canned product or stuff that you produce that's in the high risk category for export.
Gimana Bu? Cukup?
Ya, oke, cukup.
Baik,
Terima kasih.
terima kasih. Ya, makasih Bu Ninin. Thanks, Mike. Participants, I think we are now close to the end of the workshop. Perhaps if one more question from the participant, I will allow to express this during the end of this workshop time. Any of you would like to clarify or to say something? If not, I think I should finish my assignment here. Oke. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, terima kasih atas kesabarannya untuk tetap mengikuti workshop ini. Sampai saat ini 269 peserta masih tetap join bersama kita semua di sini. Kemudian beberapa juga ada yang akses melalui YouTube. Saya selaku moderator mengucapkan sekali lagi terima kasih, khususnya kepada panitia dari SmartFish, Bu Novia, Bu Ninin dari PUS-PM dan rekan-rekan dari PUS-PM yang telah mempercayai saya moderator pada sesi ini. Saya mohon maaf apabila ada kekurangan saya di dalam memoderatori acara ini. Professor Mike Dillon, thank you very much for your facility during this workshop. This is a very, very informative information that we have had from you. And I believe that all participants learns a lot from your explanation about this remote inspection. I believe the remote inspection will be developed more and more in this country, considering this is an island country, and it's very helpful if we have a very good remote inspection system in this country. So again, thanks very much, Mike, for your involvement. And kepada partisipan, to all participants, thank you very much for your indulgence. I leave this time now for the committee or for the smart case. Thank you very much. See you in the next time.
Thanks, Pak Reza Pahlavi. Thanks a lot for facilitating the discussion. I think
welcome, Pak
come to the end now. I think Mike is going to leave for Scotland. Yeah. So Mike, thanks a lot for your time, and then
no problem.
And I think this is not the end of the program. Yeah? I think Mike will accompany
we'll carry
us.
on, yeah.
So we will continue our works, and we, as mentioned by Mike, UNIDO SmartFish will work together with the Ministry of PKPM and the quarantine, and then to establish or to improve this remote assessment in the quarantine division. So I think, as suggested by Pak Saud, I think we will kind of meet a working group again to discuss further detail on this recommendation, yes. And then also I will wait for your kind report on this one, and then recommendation, Mike.
Okay.
Then yeah, and then we can work on that, and then we can start what the next step we need to do. Thanks a lot. Terima kasih Pak Reza, Pak Saud, Ninin, dan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Terima kasih atas partisipasinya, luar biasa. Ini saya mendapatkan bahwa teman-teman ekspektor ini sangat profesional dan committed. I think this is something good that our instructor has really highly qualified, and then just need improvement on certain area. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, program SmartFish tetap akan mendampingi ini, remote assessment ini. Dan tadi banyak dibicarakan tentang risk analysis, risk-based assessment. Perlu saya sampaikan di sini bahwa kita sudah akan meng-hire atau dalam proses meng-hire Profesor Ratih Dewanti, Advanced Microbiology dari PB, untuk memberikan training mengenai risk-based profiling, risk-based management untuk seafood product. Nanti akan kita diskusikan kapan kita bisa adakan workshop ya. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, terima kasih. Thanks Mike, terima kasih Pak Saud, Pak Reza, Bapak Ibu sekalian atas waktunya. Dan I think we can meet in the another time to discuss this one. Jadi dengan demikian, I think kita tutup meeting ini, dan thanks Mike. I think I'll see you later.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then have a safe trip to Scotland ya. See you next time. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Dengan demikian workshop ini kita tutup, dan kita akan melanjutkan diskusi melalui WhatsApp dan juga email, barangkali nanti bagaimana ke depannya. Seperti disampaikan Pak Saud tadi, nanti kita mungkin kita akan membuat semacam summary dan kita share, dan nanti itu disampaikan kepada pimpinan AKP. Terima kasih. Jadi demikian Pak. Mungkin kalau ada barangkali ada pesan terakhir, Pak Saud, silakan.
Dari Bu Ninin, Pak.
Dari Bu Ninin, silakan Bu Ninin.
Sebentar. Baik, ada Pak Dodo sebetulnya ya di dalam. Di sini Pak Dodo. Tadi kayaknya namanya masih ada.
Siapa Bu?
Pak Dodo.
Jadi Pak
Yus ya, Pak Kapus. Namanya masih ada sih.
Iya.
Beliau barangkali mau.
Pak Sudari.
Masih ada beliau.
Oh, ada.
Ya,
Terima kasih Pak.
mohon
Silakan
izin.
Pak, ditutup ya.
Pak Sudari dan teman-teman semua peserta spesial buat Profesor McGillen, thank you very much. Pak Sudari, terima kasih banyak. Saya mendengarkan, saya mencermati. Tentu ini akan menjadi hal yang bagus. Namun tetap kita akan terus progres dari segala sesuatu dengan pendampingan dari teman-teman UNIDO. Pak Sudari, sekali lagi tidak berpanjang lebar, thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak kepada partisipasi, ada yang kurang, ada yang sudah baik. Tetap kita harus tingkatkan kemampuan kita. Tentang risk analysis memang sedang kita kembangkan. Dan kami masih menunggu rekomendasi dari tim, baik Profesor McDillen maupun dari tim UNIDO, apakah untuk remote assessment bisa dilakukan kapanpun, pada saat apapun. Dan kami kalau memang nanti memungkinkan akan kami awali dari yang resiko rendah. Tetapi resiko rendah kita harus tentukan dan menjadi protokol buat kami dalam inspeksi ke depan. Pak Sudari dan teman-teman, tidak saya sebut satu persatu, terima kasih banyak. Profesor Mike Dallon, thank you very much. And sekali lagi, thank you very much.
Terima kasih Pak. Terima kasih ya Bapak Ibu. Sekarang kita tutup. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak.
Terima kasih Pak. Makasih.
Ya, makasih Mbak Risa, Bu
Makasih.
Ninin.
Ya, makasih Pak Sudari. Makasih Bu Ninin.